If anything, it's good to make all this noise as I walk through. Big part of how I need to be when I'm out here is walking with purpose, projecting a real confidence level. In other words, not looking like prey. Holy Surviving all around the world, I've had to face a lot of different challenges. Physical basics are always the same: food, water, shelter, the ability to navigate, travel. Psychologically, of course, I've always had to deal with being alone. Sometimes food, water, and shelter are covered. There's other things I have to worry about. In the Amazon jungle, there's 100 different poisonous creepy crawlies. In Africa, lions, buffalo, hippos, and of course the black mamba. In the Arctic, polar bears. Here in India, there's leopards, snakes, believe it or not, honeybees, and of course the Royal Bengal tiger. Yet the thing I've been cautioned about the most were to watch out for the small herds of wild elephants. Just like the wandering spiritual nomads, they call them, sadhu. I'm here to survive in northern India.
I'm in the foothills of the Himalayas, where spiritual wanderers known as sadhus spend their days either walking through or worshipping in the remote parts of this forest. Some take up residence in an ashram. No one knows their names or where they come from, and it's no secret that when one goes missing from, say, a tiger attack, no one really knows about it. For those with a greater sense of self-preservation, the ashrams provide safety with spike-covered doors and rooftops to protect against elephants and tigers. The beauty of the forest here is unquestionable, even though over 1 billion people live close by. And many travel these forests to carry out any number of ceremonies of the Hindu religion. I'll walk in their footsteps, past the domain of the leopard, sloth bear, elephant, and of course the Royal Bengal tiger. I'm here to survive in the literal Jungle Book, India.
Good luck. And away they go. Elephant's gone, crew's gone. Now I'm alone. Let's get off the road for a while. Walk this riverbed.
The Indian jungle is not a jungle at all. It's a temperate forest. Jungle is actually a Hindi word meaning forest. One of the many, like pajamas, bandana, or shampoo, that we have usurped and thought to be English.
I'm in is in a forest in the foothills of the Himalayan mountains. It's a little different than North America. Here you get a lot of trails going through a lot of places that nomads, the sadhu, has walked and built. And so you've got tigers and leopards and elephants and everything else all around it, but these are small pathways through the forest, usually leading to and from temples, like this one here. This area is listed as the place that has the densest population of tigers. And there should be lots of elephants here too. So we'll see what happens. Because building a shelter on the ground is not an option. I brought with me a package for offering when I come to these temples. It's traditional and it's respectful. I brought a bag of raisins for that very purpose. Believe it or not, I won't eat them. And some herb. Apparently, favorite herb of Shiva.
Though I don't follow the Hindu religion, I have no issue with honoring the spirituality of a place, whatever that might involve. including my offering of gratitude to Shiva for my travels in this forest and to request safety.
Believe it or not, certain prey animals, like deer, learn to actually hang out closer to humans because in a way they know that by association it keeps predators away from them. Of course, the way I look at it, it's more like they're bringing predators closer to me. When you know there's tigers and, more importantly, elephants, you really have to be wary of. It makes the sounds of all the falling leaves, which are falling constantly, puts you on high alert. At some point, I'll settle in and I'll relax to the sounds here, and I won't be so jumpy. At the moment, I'm a little jumpy. What I have to do is start paying attention to all of the telltale wildlife. If I hear a barking deer or a spotted deer do a distress call, or the monkeys take off and go up into the trees, these are all warnings that there's a tiger about, basically. Because the tiger's not going to make any sound at all until he's right there. Lots of tracks in the sand here. So a lot of it's just wild boar. It's an animal I don't particularly want to see out here either, is a wild boar. You see a bull with the tusks. And nasty creatures. There's a really big opening up here. That's where I'll head. The thing is, India is called a jungle, but it's really jungle in Hindi actually means forest. Land is more temperate than it is jungle, that's for sure. Look at this. Classic savanna area. Oh yeah. The monkeys jumping from tree to tree back there. That's fine. All right. I got home for tonight. Ranger house. All right. This will work. That's solid. Lots of rat crap. The sadhus would actually use a place like this, unless they were purposely wanting to go without and abstaining. They would use a place like this to stay in on their journeys. Not too many people just stay out on the ground. Not with tigers about, especially man-eaters. There was one shot, just like a mile and a half from here, just 2 weeks ago, was a man-eater. Big Bengal tiger. So tonight, this is gonna feel pretty secure, being right here.
This area is the home territory of a tigress with cubs, and this year alone she's already killed 21 people. She's eaten the last 6 kills, and I'm right in her front yard. This is an abandoned ranger house, at one time clean and habitable, but now left to the monkeys, rats, spiders, and bats. I'm putting my fire right in front of the only door in an effort to ward off tigers from coming inside after me. Without it, there's no door, and nothing to stop the curiosity of a big cat.
This is the witching hour. This is when things come out. I've already seen massive, I think it's called a samba deer. Huge, it's like an elk. He saw me and took off. And those are peacocks, lots of them. Spotted deer over there, lots of different monkeys. So you know the elephants, the tigers, the leopards, they're all up and at it too. They're all walking around. And this is the action zone. I go out to get firewood and I'm watching I keep thinking that this edge of the forest here is just, there's a tiger laying in wait. And I've got to start functioning without that fear running through me the whole time. As long as fear is motivating me, I'm done.
It's not gonna work. I will cinch up and I will not do what I need to do to affect survival. So, I gotta get past that fear. Hopefully tonight we'll do that.
There's something very large walking across there. It doesn't look like it's walking like a deer either.
I know I sound paranoid, but man, it's walking like a cat. I can't get the camera to focus on the creature quick enough as it slinks past a herd of deer and disappears into the forest's edge, closer to me. It's far too large to be a leopard and didn't move like anything other than a big cat.
Wish I could have got a look at what was walking across the field there. It wasn't moving like a deer. It was lower to the ground, had a nice smooth movement to it. Could be my imagination, but it easily could have been a cat. It's just dark enough that it's like, you squint your eyes in the track. Is that what I'm seeing?
The sounds from peacocks and other birds and monkeys are enough of a cacophony to mask the sounds of the real dangers. Elephants and tigers.
I can't believe how nervous I feel. It's not usual for me. Not in the wilderness. I'm always comfortable. Too many warnings. Too many days filled with warnings from people before I got out here. Gotta get my head around what I have to do to survive here. You hear that? That right there. That's deer. When they do that, they're usually warning that there's a tiger. That's what that is. That's a warning that there's a tiger.
So I've still got to get my head around just knowing the lay of the land and knowing what I need to do to affect survival. First thing I need to do is go through my zones of assessment. What's on my body? What do I have? What's close at hand? For starters, neck knife. I haven't used a neck knife in a long time. This is the Heli Algonquin. Nice, sturdy knife. But I've also done this thing where I've got some things from me and then some things from locals. So I was given this sickle. It's like a thick machete. I've also actually got this little survival pack here. Rope, there's survival supplies inside, compass. In addition, the locals gave me some fine herbs. Can make tea out of it. And they gave me this pot. What else have I got here? On the modern side for fire starting, I'm gonna try this fire gel. Never used it before. I know the military uses them. I wanted to try it out. To go with it, I've got this cheap little lighter. There's hardly any liquid in it. If any at all, it seems like it's on fumes. The other thing they gave me was this mask. Believe it or not, it has a purpose, a very important one. You wear it backwards, you walk through the forest. If there is a leopard or a tiger, and they think they're gonna get a pounce on you and stalk you, they see eyes, nose, mouth facing them. And obviously the thought is that it'll stop them from pouncing. I'm gonna have to wear this thing all week long. So many sounds in the forest, big sounds too. You know, I'm so used to being in places with wolf. See, that's it's gotta be elephants. Here in India, I've found for myself a decent amount of safety in an abandoned ranger house, but I'm hearing noises in the forest behind that have me on edge.
I just came up into the tower to see if I can see down to the river, and I can't. But I can hear a lot of grunting and snorting. I don't think it's elephants. I think it's wild boars, actually. Yeah. That's what it sounds like. Okay. I don't really want to push my luck and go there to see. Well, I don't know what it is, but that's gonna remain a mystery. I'm saying probably hogs and elephants. But the good news is, when I came back here, I found this. And these are curry pata. And I can eat them. That's great. Right away, I've got a salad green. Huh. Well, I'm not going farther back because any further I go in now means I don't really have an escape route. This is what I mean by, I don't have my sea legs here. And usually I do. I don't have a lot of my old, normal wilderness survival senses. I have them to rely upon, but they're not really, they're serving me here as well because there's so much about this place I don't really quite know. I mean, the dangers could be played up way too much, or they can just be stated for what they are. 20-foot king cobras, wild boars, elephants that'll trample you to death, leopards, and of course, the ever-present tiger. Can't relax here. Too much going on. Well, I'm gonna go walk that riverbed, see what's making all the noise back there. I think it's probably gone, but I'll watch for tracks and signs. I'm pretty sure it was a couple elephants going through. I hope they're not just resting. And I hope there's no hogs. All right. I'm torn between making lots of sound or just coming in quietly. I think no matter what, I'm going to be making lots of sound because the leaves are just walking on cornflakes. This is where all the action was. Now here's a trick that villagers will use if they're going in to gather supplies. They'll cough on their way into a jungle. Simple as that. Lets everything know they're coming and hopefully everything leaves. Yeah, that would scare me away.
In North America, we arm ourselves with bear spray, firecrackers, shotguns, or rifles. But here in India, they rely on the sound of a cough to ward off curious predators.
I actually think I'm on a bit of a trail now.
Nervous or not, I need to explore my area to see what's available to me for survival.
Well, there's home. Lucky to have it, I'll tell you. Ah, and there's some food. Huh. That's got to be worldwide, I guess. It's yellow wood sorrel. Indeed it is. It's delicious. And there's lots of it. Oh, that's really good. Yellow wood sorrel. Delicious. Well, while I'm here, I think I see what I can use to turn into a spear.
It's likely that during the heat of the day, tigers and leopards are sleeping, waiting for the cool of dusk to come out on their hunts. Just the same, in an area where I'm not the most lethal predator, I prefer to have at least some sort of protection.
To be honest, it's really just largely symbolic. I mean, this is my defense against a 500-pound tiger. This is the area that I don't like. So you see all this greenery here? I call it tiger shade, because they do love to just lay in there and cool off from the heat of the day, but you know, if you walk right past them, they would be happy to wake up quickly. Here's the water hole. And the cat that I saw walk across here last night, be it leopard or tiger, was in between me and the hut, so nice to find his tracks. Just like in any forest, a water hole is a gathering place for wildlife. It's where they all come. It's also a great place, though, to find wild edibles. Doesn't look like I want to drink this, though. It's pretty sludgy.
Plenty of sheep and goat herders have walked this area, along with the wandering sadhus. And after 1,000 years of forest traveling, their evidence is everywhere.
Huh. Look at that. I know what that is.
This is actually, it's a fire carrier. That's what it is. It's dung that's been dried and squished together, and put the coal in there. You can see there's other sort of nomads that have been here. You see this? This is that's a big torch. I'm not going to take that torch on them. Whoever it is, they might be planning on coming back for it. Oh, first of all, let's get a drink of water. Now, I didn't want to really trust coming out here and ingesting water and getting too sick, so in this case, I did actually bring along a little filter, it's a life straw, and this can be a lifesaver in a situation like this. Oh, that's good. Now here's one of those moments where it's just got to shake my head. I just took the time, I built a spear, and at some point I think I stopped to eat some wood sorrel, put the spear down, didn't pick back up again. Now I have no spear.
Over the many years of survival, my body has become used to feasts and famine. So a couple of days without food doesn't bother me physically, but losing or leaving my personal items behind does seem to always be a result of a lack of nutrition while in the wild. It can be hard to concentrate without food in your stomach.
Classic. I don't know what they call it here, but I call it bull rush. That's delicious.
Everything here should be considered in how it can help me survive.
So, if I kind of recap, it was walking through my various zones of assessment. Zone of assessment number 1 is my body, what I have on it. Zone of assessment number 2 is what's sort of close at hand. And in this case, it meant this ranger tower that I'm able to take advantage of. It's a ready-made shelter. That's all it is, really, is a ready-made shelter. It doesn't feed me, it doesn't put water in me. Zone of assessment number 3 is going much further afield, which is what I've accomplished now. Basically, starting at the ranger tower, I've gone up into the bush and hiked all the way around to see what I've got available to me, and there wasn't much, really. As a recap, I've got wood sorrel, curry pata, and the bulrush, and drinkable water. That'll only sustain me for so long.
I'm in the jungles of India, in the heartland of an extremely dangerous female tiger known to have killed 21 people this year alone. So it behooves me to carry with me all the protection I can from both the tiger and the wandering packs of elephants, which are, in the eyes of the locals, far more dangerous. Carrying my fire with me serves 2 purposes. 1 is that I don't have to try to start a new one if it came on to rain, and 2 is that the smoke helps to ward off predators or ornery elephants, and it's the elephant dung itself that I can use to carry the fire.
There we go. That's about all I really need to do. That paste is going to burn. That's where I can use the pot. That should smolder nicely for actually quite a few hours. Believe it or not, I've used elephant dung before, and it works like a charm for this. Can't get any water out of it for drinking, but you can sure use it for fire tinder. Perfect.
I've decided to leave behind the ranger house so I can explore survival possibilities in the forest, but also hopefully find a better source of drinking water. This traveling survival will make me more vulnerable to tiger attack or elephant encounter.
I've got the elephant dung still smoldering in the kettle behind my back. It's just hanging on the outside. I mean, hopefully it won't get too hot and burn the pack, but so far so good. It seems to be working. Huh. Oh, there's elephant tracks too. That's a big elephant track. There we go. That is classic. Got a big elephant track with a tiger track in the middle of it. You don't see that very often. There's the elephant track, and there's the tiger track right there. That's incredible. But that sure speaks to the dangers here. There have been so many locations I've been on with some strong inherent dangers, and most of the time, I just got to deal with them. You know, grizzlies, mountain lions, black bears, that sort of thing. And here, I'm being shadowed by a couple of men with guns for tigers. And I can't see them. You know, every once in a while, I might catch a glimpse. Ah, he's way over there. They would not allow me to be in this area without an armed guard. So I'm out here surviving, and there's a couple of armed guards that are shadowing me like little ninja warriors. I think here's what I might call home for the night. I think elephant dung is my favorite fire carrier. It's worked like a charm. You know, just smoldering in there. It doesn't flame up and burn out on me while I'm on the trail. And the advantage of using the elephant dung is, according to the lore here, a fire with elephant dung in it keeps elephants away. So if that's the case, I'm down with that. So now for some dry firewood. Shouldn't be too much of a problem, actually.
One of my priorities for camp location is based on how much dry firewood is available. Struggling to find sticks to burn is a huge disadvantage in the middle of a dark night.
One habit that I employ always in a survival situation is I do not get the fire going too soon, because getting firewood at night is always a major chore. Now, since there's some elephant dung just over here, I'm going to take advantage of it, bring it over by the fire, keep it smoldering since it's said to keep them away. That'll work for me. This'll do, I hope. I guess if I'm going to make anything to drink out of this kettle, I should rinse it out after having burning elephant dung inside it. Let's see if I can fire this into flame now. Well, that was fast. Fast and easy. All right, time to make some of that herb tea they gave me. They tell me this tea leaf should calm me down. Oh, that's good. Actually makes a big difference. That's really nice.
Anything I can do to have a sense of familiarity, like drinking a hot cup of tea, can serve to calm me down in an anxious situation.
I don't like that. I just heard a barking deer off in the distance over that way. And he's not barking because of me. Their warning calls are very clear signs. There it is again. So wait it out and see.
Barking deer only bark for one reason: tigers. And they let every creature in the area know that a tiger's on the prowl. By every creature, I mean me.
So, there's definitely a tiger prowling around there. The warning signs are there. I'm just gonna stay close to this fire all night. Hope it does the trick.
I'm in the foothills of the Himalayan mountains in northern India, in a region known for being the home of one of the densest populations of tigers on the planet, many of which are man-eaters.
There are so many places on this planet, you know, where you can come and just sleep out under the stars and pitch a tent. Yet there are a handful of areas where you just can't do it. You've got to have some sort of armed protection. Africa, of course, with the lions, the Arctic with polar bears, and here with the tigers. So it's a delicate balance.
between all of the humans that walk through here and the tigers. And unfortunately for the humans, every now and then, in fact, every so often, the balance shifts in the favor of the tiger.
Hundreds of people are eaten every year, and yet the greatest warning I was given was with regards to elephants. It's elephants that have been known to pull people off of sleeping platforms by their legs, only to toss them mangled into the Indian jungle.
There's nothing like sitting up all night by a fire worried about tigers to get you to put your life in perspective. That's for sure. I'm just finding my way through the jungle. Like I say, there's a lot of trails. It makes things a lot easier, that's for sure. I don't know what kind of poop that is. There's a lot of it and it's big, so I really don't want to find out. Yeah, I definitely see an opening in a riverbed up there. Here we go. Let's go check this out. I can take this for a little while anyway. It's not that it's not a dangerous place, it's a very active place actually. Lots of soft sand here, so watch for tiger tracks. Just to get up into the shade. I'm gonna have to watch burning myself out too much in the sun, that's for sure. I was just taking my shirt off. It's getting way too hot. Stop, put the pack down. Just stop to look, and there's a massive tiger track right here. Look at the size of that. I mean, that's huge. It's definitely a tiger track. No question about it. It just shows you. Sand reveals what walks through here during the night, and hopefully not the day. Oh boy, nice elephant tracks. Hard to see them, but yeah. I never know in a situation like this whether it's a good thing that I'm walking in the wide open and right down the middle because it kind of makes all the animals move on, or if it's a bad thing because it points me out as a sitting duck.
Any predator in an opportunistic mood and looking for a meal will see a slow-moving human in the open as just that, an opportunity. But more than likely, acting as a big, noisy, and confident human scares everything away. More often, it's the little creatures that pose the biggest threat.
Don't think I'll get it on camera. I saw a little viper, little tiny guy. Same color as a stick. But poisonous nonetheless. There's the riverbed. Riverbed is the highway of the elephants. I just saw a little deer-like creature. I don't think it was a deer though. Just right in front of me there. Couple of spotted deer. Still though, I wouldn't want to be back here in the dark or in the dusk, early dawn. Too much possibility of the wrong kind of encounter.
I'm always a bit nervous about breaking open old nests and stirring up a new hornet nest or a sleeping viper.
Shoot, I was hoping it was a fresh termite nest, but it's old. A lot of these are just too old. I'm trying to find one that's fresh so I can munch out on some termites. There's just nowhere near as many as I thought there was going to be. I don't know, but if I do it like a monkey, take a stick, hook it all the way down, let them climb onto it. There we go. It just needs a little twig like this. That's huge. That's a huge tiger track. Why is he walking the way I want to go? Big part of How I need to be when I'm out here is walking with purpose, projecting a real confidence level. In other words, not looking like prey. Holy f***! So what happened? I went to go tell you about a plant that I saw and stepped on a bee's nest. Oh, now I got my nerves up. Holy mackerel. That was a wake-up call.
I figure I can outrun an elephant and maybe outstealth a tiger, but when it comes to hornets, wasps, and bees, there's nowhere to run and nowhere to hide.
I know this just sounds like... But I just heard a tiger. I heard... And it was absolutely a tiger, not a monkey, not a hog, not an elephant. That was a tiger. It's off in this distance here. That's not a tiger, that's monkeys. But they're up in the trees, and sometimes that means that's not a good sign, actually. That's actually a warning. There's a tree here that I can get on. Oh my goodness, it's surrounded by stinging nettle, though. Wow, I can whack that stuff down with my walking stick. Huh, I think I see tiger scratchings on the tree. I bet you that's exactly what those are. I need to get higher up. Oh, damn. Stinging nettle. Oh, right on the other side of this tree. Oh, that's gonna burn for a while. Okay, first things first, calm down. Okay. Well, maybe tigers don't like stinging nettle. That would be a bonus. Damn. I didn't really want to come up here this early. I figured I'd stay down below, take that elephant dung and get a little fire going, use the fire as protection. But I heard a roar, I got warnings from monkeys, and I am surrounded by what I like to call tiger shade. All of this low green shrubbery that tigers can slink through. If something came after me in a mad scramble, I can go higher. Really tricky to get up there now, and I could not take the camera with me. I'd have to just drop the camera to the ground. I'm okay for tonight. If I have to, I'll just sit here all night. If I have to. That's pretty much what's going to happen. I'm quite certain of it.
With my adrenaline rushing in my voice, I've no choice but to wait out the night 12 feet off the ground in a tree. I didn't even have time to set up a second camera to point up at me.
If I gotta sit through the night, might as well sit in a tree. K-I-S-S-I-N-G. First comes tiger, then comes elephant, then comes Lester running very fast. I've got some rope on me. Time to make use of it. Now tie it to the tiger stick. I'm just going to use a simple clove hitch. It always works when you've got to get something tied around a pole. It locks it in nice and tight. You do it right and it won't come out. Hopefully I did it right. Now I can lower it down and bring it back up if I need to.
I also tied the camera so I could lower it and raise it and keep my hands free.
Oh, well, that worked. Now that the camera's tied to my waist, I can let go. And I wasn't thinking about how to get set for the night when I decided to jump up on this tree. That's what's all around me here. Anyway, I'm doing that trick of mine where I just look around and kind of memorize everything. Because once it gets dark, you get creeped out, but it's like, you know what? It's exactly the same forest. With the exception of the aforementioned potential visitors. Sometimes I wonder how I get myself into these situations. There. I don't know what that is. I just turn the gain up on the camera so you can still see me. But it's getting, the camera is now seeing something a lot brighter than I can. It's darker for me. There's a lot more sounds in this forest at night than there is during the day. During the day, it's just it's just leaves falling off the trees. At night, it's all kinds of wonderful creatures. Good news is they let you know when something big's coming around. When I first got here, no question about it. Well, I heard the growl anyway. Within 15 minutes of the growl, must have moved around a bit. Nah, then the monkeys started up. Then deer started up. Then the deer stopped. And the monkeys stopped. And in the meantime, I was whacking away at the stinging nettle. It might be wishful thinking, but I would believe that probably the sound that I was making scared it away. If there was ever a time for me to make the statement, this is going to be a long night, it's now.
Physical survival means obtaining food, water, and shelter. Intellectually, survival means assessing and utilizing information. But in the emotional sense, survival means getting a grip on myself and allowing my intellect and physicality to win out the day. I have to shed fears both real and imagined so I can pass the responsibility of survival back to the mind and body. In life, it's best to let the heart rule. But in pure bush survival, sometimes you have to ask the fearful heart to acquiesce to the mind and body. But how do I do that with a 500-pound Royal Bengal tiger looking for a meal only yards away? Survival is not easy, and it's not what gets paraded across TV screens. What I set out to do with Survivorman was to teach survival skills. Skills that would help to keep you alive in a horrible ordeal. But it's never stopped there. Because the intrigue has been enough to not only start an entire TV phenomenon, but to also cause those curious enough about their own abilities to want to try it out for themselves. Well, TV is one thing. Survival is another. And if someone is going to attempt to learn survival skills under my watch, they're going to have to do it for real. Just them, me, and the wilderness. You know, from the very first days of Survivorman, I've been asked by the viewers, all of you, to bring someone out with me. Over 200 of you submitted videos to a contest where one lucky viewer, or unlucky, depending on how you look at it, would win a chance to come out here and survive with me. Joe McConnell won the day.
My name's Joe McConnell from New York, and I've never done survival stuff. I've camped, but the most that I've been without resources is really 24 hours.
I'll hike him far into the bush, away from roads, where he can experience some of my kind of survival.
I'm open for the mystery of it all, learning as much as I can from Les and learning about how the show is made, stuff that I can use in the future when I go on trips.
Now, I happen to know that Joe's an independent filmmaker, and that part of my job has him excited. But what he's forgetting is that out here, it's still survival. And no matter what he or any other viewer of Survivorman thinks, it's not as easy as it looks.
Joe's got a backpack full of gear, but I want to throw him off his game immediately. So I've laid out a table of survival items. What he doesn't know is that after I challenge him to show me the top 2 priority items he would take for survival, Those two things are all I'm going to let him take into the bush. Period.
All right, so we have essentially a plethora of survival gear. Slingshot, snare wire, fire starter, water filtration, rope, rain poncho. You've got a survival kit. I've put in a whole assortment of knives, matches, some bit of food, a pair of gloves even, that sort of thing. Realistically, if you and I knew that we were going off into these woods, operating with the knowledge that anything can happen, what I'd like you to do is look over my stuff and your stuff, and to start with, just to start with the process, I'd like you to pick out what you think are the two most important items on this table that should go with you for sure, you know, in priority, number 1 and number 2.
Oh, geez. First, I'd probably take the water bottle.
Okay.
Because it has a filter in there. Number 2, I mean, assuming one of us has a multi-tool, I'd say like the hatchet, chopping wood.
Okay. And so are you settled you would go with the water bottle and the hatchet?
I think so, yeah.
But from here forward, put those with your pack. That's all you got. That's it.
Okay.
That's what you're going out with, are those 2 items. I can't have you out there camping. Deal?
Deal.
Let's go.
Awesome.
Joe makes his first mistake. He assumed that I would have a multi-tool and even that we would stick together. He has more surprises coming to him. Real survival is usually a surprise. It's difficult to prepare for, and I need Joe unprepared if he's to actually experience true survival. As the crew take the last shots with the drone, the team hangs back, and Joe and I continue into the bush together, but alone.
I'm going to leave all of the nights and where we stop and what happens to the unknown. So I'm not going to answer any questions on, even if I have a plan in my head. So you can trust me. But whatever you do, don't rely on me. That's the strongest thing I could say to you while we're out here. Do not rely on me. Trust me is fine. Rely on yourself from the next step you take forward. Everything is about yourself and surviving out here. A heart attack, break an ankle, anything could happen and I'm left. Now I have to rely on you.
Yeah.
I don't want you as a liability. I want you as an asset. If you rely only on me, you're a liability. So next step you take, this is yours now, okay? And you've got this. Both Joe and I are walking on an old established trail. It'll take us much deeper, much farther into the woods. This will run out on us. And that's when things change somewhat. And not usually for the better. So the decisions are about to become yours. When we stop, where we stop, how we stop, I want to leave those up to you. I'm just going to follow suit. And I'm going to not even comment on the decisions you make. Okay?
Okay.
So, take the lead.
I don't want to tag along. I don't want to look after anyone. That would make it easy for Joe. So I've given him the responsibility of not only looking after himself, but also making our first major decisions with no input from me. Some of his choices could be exactly what I would never do, but it's the only way he'll learn the truths about survival.
Got some anxiety, but I'm trying to keep calm. I don't really know what the best place to sleep would be. I would be okay sleeping next to a tree. Then again, I don't know how cold it's gonna get.
What I really want to do is let Joe make his own mistakes. I think he'll do fine. He's calm, and that's number 1 thing for survival. Remain calm. There's going to be some tough challenges for him, especially at night.
This wouldn't be a horrible spot. I mean, it seems dry. There's a lot of trees. There's probably firewood.
This is your choice?
I think so, yeah.
Here's the catch.
Yeah.
You can stay here alone.
Okay.
So you stay here alone. I'm going to find a spot for me.
Okay.
The only equality I'm going to give you on my scenario is if you don't get a fire going, I won't get a fire going. Okay?
Okay.
So even if I can, I won't. I'm going to be far enough away so that you definitely feel alone tonight. Okay? Good?
I'm good, yeah.
I am going to look for a place to survive as well. I think I'll probably go uphill a little bit, okay?
All right.
All right.
Cool.
I'll come back and check on you.
See you soon.
I can tell he wasn't ready for this, to be left alone. And he's made his next mistake. He's picked a location low in elevation where all the cool air will settle on him through the night. I'm headed up to where it could be as much as 10 degrees warmer. But I refuse to lead him by the hand. he's got to learn things on his own. In a remote wilderness location, I've taken Joe McConnell out for a taste of survival. Survivorman style. Complete immersion. No safety net.
And this is the only way to do it. Because even if I was 50 feet away in a situation like this, you feel alone. Tucked down in behind me here, there's a little spot, big pine tree, that I can kind of sleep under it, and at least that gives me something to sit up against at night. What I very much want is to be out of the wind, and this will definitely be a spot out of the wind. I'm gonna tuck in there.
I'm doing it again. I have to listen to the wise words of Les Stroud. You sweat, you die.
One of the things I'm doing is constantly breaking these branches with my hands instead of using my knife, simply because this time of year in the spring, it's just easier to do it. So save my knife, keep it sharp, and just use my hands when I can. So I don't know if he's gonna get a fire going, and I already promised that if he doesn't, I won't. So I at least wanna be up off the ground and stay warm. I hate leaving him to not do well if he doesn't do well. But it's the best way to learn.
Joe makes another mistake, and one that can cost him dearly. He's not familiar with using a flint striker, so instead of using the axe blade, he hits it with a rock.
The flint stick broke. See if I can improvise with it now.
The natural beauty of a North American forest can hide the truth of how difficult it can be to survive within one.
A lot of time left here before the sun goes down. But one thing I wanted to try out, doing a little bit of a test this time on survival gear, it's a chainsaw blade. Not so bad. That worked. If I need to cut some bigger branches, I'll try this saw again. Hope he's not too bummed out about being alone. Unfortunately, being alone is part of survival. One thing that Joe did do was he thought that we were only a half an hour away from sunsetting. So he thought maybe he should be looking for a place to sleep. Never wait till a half an hour before sunset to find that place that you've got to spend the night. For me, I like to have at least an hour and a half of time if I know I've got to do something like this. Over the many years of surviving out in places like this, what I've been doing is often just wearing a raincoat. Raincoat and rain pants is usually what I have with me. Not since survival school, when I was training in survival, have I come out and instead of wearing a rain jacket, wear a simple rain poncho. They make great roofs. So, a little blast from the past with this rain poncho, and I think that's gonna work out pretty cool. And I've got a knife, belt knife on me, and my own design survival kit. I actually haven't had a chance to test it out in a situation like this, in actual survival. So, now's the time. I'm a little worried about the sun going down here right now. I just want to get set up for the night. So instead of going through what I have in my survival kit now, I'll do that tomorrow. For tonight, I just want this little bit of rope that's in here.
I guess I forget how much I've done this, how familiar I am with the pitfalls or benefits of certain actions taken in the bush. I take for granted skills that over many years have simply become a part of me. Observing Joe is reminding me of how uncomfortable or even miserable survival can truly be.
I'm not hearing a lot of cracking or breaking the branches, so I'm assuming he's pretty settled. But I don't smell any wood smoke either. How are we doing here?
Doing okay. Trying to get this fire going. as you can see. Boom.
Ooh, that's not a good sign.
No.
Yeah, all flint strikers, especially when they're the tube type, the pressure on them is important because if you press down on them, you snap them like a wood dowling.
Yeah.
That's one of the thickest strikers you can get. A lot of them are much thinner and smaller, so it comes down to going with the slide. You know, making sure you get the slide right, sort of thing.
I was kind of bashing it. What is the best rock to use the flint against? Or what should I use the flint against?
The blade of the axe.
The blade of the axe. Would make sense.
Yeah. But for now, I'll leave you to the night.
All right.
You got that one bit of knowledge about using the axe instead of a rock. All right, Joe. Good luck. I'll see you on the other side of darkness. First zone, myself. I kind of know what I'm carrying with me. Second zone was when I actually ended up making a shelter move. I decided to change and put my shelter somewhere else because my second zone of assessment, the immediate area, showed me a better place to be. This is the third zone of assessment, further and farther beyond. For this area, this is the low spot, which means the cold will drop down into here and settle here. If I were to have a shelter right here, although it's nice and open, it could be as much as 10 degrees colder than up there.
This is the elevation that Joe is at. It's doing these zones of assessment that gives me the information I need to make the right decisions.
Calms the mind when you know what's around you for a bit of an extended distance. He feels fine right now because he's busy, he's active. The minute he stops, the minute both of us stop, cool right down. Our body temperatures will start to calm and cool right down. And that's dangerous. Joe's pretty, well, he's nowhere near as far along as I was hoping he was going to be. He's got nothing to sleep on the ground. Clothing that's going to keep him a bit warm until it's, until we get into the middle of the night. He broke the striker because he was using a rock instead of the hatchet to get the spark. And although now I've told him what to do, how to get a better spark with that little tiny bit he's got left, he's using tinder that isn't really going to catch a spark very well. He's going to have a tough night, maybe even a miserable night. Try this again tomorrow night and I'll give him some tips. And you kind of have to go through a night like that to understand why you want to take care and make sure you're covered the next time you have to spend a night out in the wilderness alone.
Well, I'm getting a lot more sparks now that Les told me to use a blade. I'm gonna keep trying. I finally got a fire going, but I'm exhausted. That's not easy at all.
Well, my young apprentice got his fire going, and he's got something to be very proud of, because that couldn't have been easy. But that means I can do the same. It's great because I know that inside that survival kit, there should be some matches. Moon's starting to come out. It's incredible, actually, how bright it is. Sometimes that can make you feel more comfortable because you can see a bit. Sometimes it freaks you out because you can see a bit.
Nothing compares to surviving the darkness and the cold. Survival comes down to 3 a.m. Survive is a verb.
I mean, it really is the true essence of the word survival. You've got to survive this properly. Joe and I have a long day tomorrow. Longer than he can expect.
I'm not sure what time it is, but all of a sudden it got freezing. Like the cold just rolled in, and the mosquitoes all night. Buzzing around constantly. Just hoping and praying that the sun comes up soon.
Even after wrapping myself in, actually there's one of those emergency, I call them space blankets inside the survival kit. So I took it, wrapped it around me, wrapped my rain poncho around me, and the fire died. I fell asleep, and still, all wrapped up this way, I still woke up with a horrible chill right down my spine, just that, oh, and I had to get up and stoke the fire. You don't sleep much in a survival situation. So I hope Joe is doing actually better than I am. Oh, I hate waking up with a chill. It's just, it always makes you wonder what you're doing out here.
Joe will be asking himself the same questions throughout the night. Why did I do this? What am I doing out here? But I can't make it easy for him. He has to go through this for real. Because real survival has never been about TV. Real survival is about making it through the night. It's about staying alive to survive another day.
It's early morning. Sun hasn't quite risen yet. It'll be up soon, and that'll make a big difference for both of us. I can hear branches breaking, so I know that Joe's keeping his fire going. That would have been a lifesaver for him last night. I want to get us moved deeper into the bush. And I think best of all today, I'm going to hunt for grouse all the way along the trail. See if I can get us some dinner. I better go look on Joe. I think today what I'll do now is start to give him some instruction, help him out a bit. What he doesn't know is that he'll be alone again tonight, but at least now he may be expecting it or be ready for it. Morning.
Good morning, Les.
Still got your fire going?
It went out a few times, but yeah, it's back.
Yeah. So?
It was cold. It was really cold.
Dropped down a bit,
Yeah.
didn't it? I'm gonna take today, and now I'm gonna give you some help.
Okay.
So we'll have a much better night tonight.
The help I give him will be knowledge. I want him to see how I set up my camp, and I'm hoping he'll take note of everything except for the rain poncho. He can see that on another day. I need him to concentrate on his next move.
He's got a lot more padding than I had on my bed. He's right underneath a tree, so he could lean up against it. And his fire pit is much smaller, and it's right next to his bed. And there's running water nearby.
I had insulation between myself and the ground, so no coldness coming through the ground at all.
Yeah.
I still got chilled. I still had the chill
But
in
you
the
had
middle of the night.
you had a lot more padding.
Yeah.
A much easier fire pit to make, too.
All right. Goodbye, trail. As we walk, number one, the blazes that you make, you want to make them on the far side of the trees.
Okay.
Because we're the ones that might need it to get out. You turn around and you look back, and you blazed all the other sides of the trees as you're going, because that's the easy thing, right? You walk along, you blaze a tree, you keep walking. That's great for coming in. But if you want to come back out, there's nothing to look at.
This is a thick forest, and we're far from roads. We're as out there as anyone can be in a real survival situation. So if things go wrong at all, they'll go horribly wrong. So I need Joe to concentrate, to put forth the effort at relying upon himself and effecting true survival. Yet in spite of his constant willingness to do whatever it takes, I noticed his efforts at making a trail fall off within the first hour of bushwhacking.
I highly recommend eating snow. Keep your body temperature cooled down.
Without proper trail marking, neither one of us could likely find our way out easily if we get into real trouble. But I'll push us onward.
These leaves here?
Yeah.
Do you have a pocket?
I do?
Yeah, gather a bunch of this up. This is called Labrador tea.
Okay.
It's gonna make a nice drink later on. It's a trail. And so it's a tough decision. You come, it's like, wow, oh my gosh, we found a trail, we're saved.
Yeah.
But
which way do you go and how far does it go? Some of these trails can go for miles and then peter out into nothing. Other times, they could be a half a mile from a road. In this case, I want to keep us going due east, so we're actually going to ignore this trail. If you're okay and you're comfortable and you're traveling right and you know what you're doing, always trust your compass.
Yeah.
You get yourself in a lot of trouble when you diverge. In fact, people die because they diverge. Joe and I are just getting beat here by swamps. At every couple of 100 yards, we end up hitting another swamp. This is a big one. It's really slowing us down. We're not getting far at all. It's all the spring melt.
Hour after hour pass with cold, wet snow on the ground and a blisteringly hot sun overhead as we sweat and work away our energy, burning up thousands of calories with each stumble and step forward.
We could try skirting the edge of it. I mean, it looks pretty wet over there. Try and stay a foot or two higher than the swamp. Okay, another swamp down. Hey, can you come back here? There's a grouse over there. And it's a spruce grouse too. Famous for not moving. Tend to walk right up to them. Wow, that's perfect, eh? Just sitting right there like that. All right. Next time. Because the time of the day, the sun's moved around. So now what I'm doing is, instead of putting the sun directly in front of me and my forehead walking east, I'm keeping it on like this part of my temple, right? Because it's moved. So I keep it over there now, but I'm going that way, and that keeps me still going relatively east, relatively on a street. That keeps me going on. I need some food.
I can only hope that Joe is paying attention to the little tricks and techniques that I'm showing him along the way.
Some salvation. Joseph and I have been pushing for hours and hours. There's a trail here. Problem is whether or not it goes where we need it to go, or if we have to keep walking straight.
Joe and I have pushed hard for many hours, and I don't really know yet how far we've made it. As much as I'm being hard on him, I need to give him a boost and get his spirits up.
Since you didn't pick any food on the table,
Oh my God.
I did. We can ration it out. We can take half and half and eat it all up now. I'm good with either.
I would say ration it out.
You want to ration it out? I think you should ration. I think you should try rationing.
Yeah.
I'm going to finish mine, which is a little
You're gonna just
crazy.
wolf it.
I'm going to wolf it, not
Okay.
because I think that's the right thing to do. It's an interesting dynamic for me to have finished my food and you to be rationing your food. You know what's going to happen is each day you look forward to that one little bite. It's really incredible. And I won't have that.
We've decided to push forward past the little trail, following a line due east to a destination at a distant lake that I saw on a map. But we're forced to give that up, as I can tell we're getting nowhere near. In fact, this whole day feels like crawling through the thick bush. One step forward, 2 steps back, and we're getting soaked to the skin from all the spring melt. Frustration and survival don't go together well, and we're exhausting ourselves just trying to make some headway in what feels like an impossible trajectory.
This is a sight for sore eyes. To see this in front of me and know that I can follow this one, magic. We're gonna drop our packs and just do a little reconnaissance mission and check this out.
Thank God that Les brought some food and gave me a little snack. I'm gonna ration that for however long it takes to get out. Never underestimate the power of Les Stroud. I was bumbling around like a doofus the last hour. I was so exhausted and so tired. I thought it was like 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It was 12:45. I've got a lot to learn about survival.
Once again, I sprung it on Joe that he must survive the night alone. He indeed does have a lot to learn, and I can't lead him by the hand. I can only be an example.
It took Joe and I 7 hours to go 1 mile. That's how thick that bush was. You know what's interesting is, in all my years of survival, I've broken into cottages, broken into cabins, houses, used little shacks, little survival huts, different things like that, but yet I have never survived alongside of railroad tracks, so that's what we'll do. It's a first for everything. Sure, we could just push hard and walk out of here, but then that's not survival. That was a heck of a day. I better go check on him. Oh, I smell fire, that's a good sign. Well, I think we got beat up pretty good today, so let's stop. Let's work on getting some food tomorrow, and then we can head out the following day after that. I'll leave you to the night. I'm going to go back and get my firewood, get all that stuff. All right?
All right, have a good night.
You too.
So Les has once again left me to my own devices. Originally I thought I'd be hanging out with Les at the campfire while he plays harmonica, but I've been thrown into making my own shelters, having to learn firsthand how to do this. I have never camped alone by myself, even with a tent. So here I am, listening to his advice and get some more bedding.
I'm actually kind of surprised. I thought he would be much further along. After his experience last night, I thought he'd have a whole big bed of boughs and a big pile of firewood, and he doesn't.
It's hard to hold back and not fix Joe's mistakes for him, but this is about himself and the wilderness. I don't want to be a part of the equation just yet.
Okay, it's finally cooled down enough. I'm gonna try Labrador tea. That's awesome. I'm actually gonna go to bed soon while it's still light out. So if I could sleep maybe from 8 to 10 or 8 to 11, that'd be wonderful. And I could just stay up the rest of the night and watch the fire and hang out.
Again, I take for granted my own knowledge of how to manage my energy in a survival situation. The key is to be as active as possible during the daylight, storing up lots of firewood and securing shelter so that your body is tired and will allow you to sleep throughout the night. Joe's doing the opposite, leaving him with scant firewood and little protection from the cold ground.
I'm just trying to bring some warmth back into my toes. Only possible way to stay warm, I'm finding, is to use the hot rocks. I hope Joe is thinking to do that.
I haven't slept because I've got to keep this fire going. And every time I've fallen asleep for like 10 minutes, the fire goes out. Trying to decide whether or not to make myself throw up or not. Because that Labrador tea or spruce didn't react well. It's just like sitting in my throat like heartburn. I don't want to throw up, but it might be good for me. It's gonna be a night without sleep again.
Joe is getting almost no sleep, and exhaustion is beginning to overtake him. He's not making enough of a change in his survival actions to really help himself. So I'll take the next step, and we can begin to survive together.
Howdy. Oh, okay. Got your own little tent here.
Actually, that's my rain poncho.
Oh, okay.
But come up, take a look. I mean, that's the obvious difference.
Yeah.
But outside of that, what do you notice?
Your fire pit's a lot different than yesterday's. It's like deeper and sunken in, and then you have a ton of firewood here.
Yeah. And that's one of the things we're going to fix tonight is your fires are still really quite small.
Okay.
And my bed is also like probably 6 times bigger than yours. Well, we're going to fix this tonight for you.
Okay.
Tonight we're going to...
I don't have a rain poncho, though.
You don't, but let's take a look over here.
Though I haven't needed to use too much just yet, I've laid out all of the contents of the survival kit, and I'll give Joe another chance, picking some more items to help him survive.
So take a look at these items. Tell me what 2 items from this pile you would now take after your experience.
Right. I would have taken my waterproof matches.
The matches in your water bottle. Those are 2 really good choices. For me, always first, matches or lighter. Now, if I knew I was going long term, I would take a flint striker because I know how to use it and it would last years.
Yeah.
Whereas matches and lighters, they run out. The second item would be a shelter overhead. Well, for today, what I'm going to do is, first of all, here, the garbage bag's now yours.
Okay.
You're going to have a roof tonight with that.
All
I'll
right.
show you how to use it, how to get it set up, and that'll give you a bit of a reflective roof.
Cool.
And
Matches.
matches.
Hallelujah.
The other thing that we have in this kit is fishing gear.
All right.
Okay? You want to give it a shot?
Sure, I'll give it a shot.
There's no rod or reel, but I can show Joe how to make one out of some garbage I spotted floating on the lake nearby. The prospect of food can be a great motivator.
And this is going to be your fishing rod.
Never tried that before.
Clearly you're not watching enough Survivorman shows. So tie the fishing line right around here. Wind all the rest around. We'll have our hook, whatever jig on the end. And you take it like this. Get some out. Lands. Take the line like that. Don't worry about the bottle, and I start playing it back.
Okay. Oh.
All right, time to make a throwing stick because I keep hearing grouse, and this looks like it might be a good throwing stick. It's a live tree, it's hardwood, and it's got a nice bend in it. Ooh, that's got some weight to it. Let's go shorten that up a bit, smooth it out a bit, and I got a ready-made club for hopefully catching some dinner. Okay. I see something, but I don't know if it's a grouse or not. Oh, it's a red squirrel. One of the things about looking for grouse is that they tend to go back to the same log to sit and thump, sit and call their mates over and over again. So if you can find that log, you can actually hide there, sit and wait it out, because sooner or later, even after you've initially scared them, they'll come back. All right, I'm gonna do one more. Let's sort of circle around here. I know it's up here somewhere. I can hear it.
Joe also asked for the bandana from the survival kit, one small item that can make a big difference for him since he badly burned his head in the sun during the bushwhacking.
So I understand now what Les talks about on the show all the time. My mental faculties are starting to break down. I haven't been sleeping much. I'm hungry. My body is sore. If I were on my own, no way I would make it.
I'm not finding my grouse, and I'm kind of getting way off base here. Can't even see the lake anymore, so. Ow! I know I'll laugh about this later, but I just got jammed hard with a stick that was sticking upright. Right into the nether regions, right into the boys. Oh my gosh.
After an unsuccessful hunt, and with no luck fishing either, it's time to move on. This time, we'll follow the tracks, something I've never done before in a survival situation.
Well, I propose that we start to make tracks. Get to our next location. Sure. All set?
We'll try fishing at every lake and river we pass, gathering any advantages we see as we trek along, including any helpful garbage, always with each discovery along the way attempting to make things easier for survival. Sticking to the tracks gives us the psychological boost of familiar surroundings, but offers little in terms of survival. In the end, they're nothing more than big hunks of steel on gravel. Hardly the advantage I'm looking for, but they do make travel 100% easier. And after yesterday's impossible bushwhacking experience, we'll take anything we can get.
All right, so for the last, unfortunately, about half an hour to 45 minutes, Joe and I have been stumped by where to set up camp for the night. And now, of course, we got rain coming in.
Joe is incredibly willing to push forward always. His will to survive is strong, but his body and mind are giving him the most trouble. I can tell as I watch him work that he's foggy. He's not concentrating. He often stumbles as he gathers supplies in the bush, and for every 50 branches I might grab, he grabs 10. I can only push him so hard, as I want him to finish this out feeling successful. I don't need to break him. I just need him to experience true survival for what it really is. Brutally difficult, uncomfortable, just plain hard. Survival is not camping, and it never will be.
You want to do the honors, or you want me to?
I'd love to.
All right. All yours. Well, Joe and I settle in, we pretty much have similar circumstances to the last couple of nights in terms of the weather. It's clear, it's still, it's likely to get chilly again, I don't really know. But the fact that we're both here together, we can keep the fire going. Unfortunate that we had no luck with fishing, unfortunate that we had no luck with hunting. It wasn't for lack of effort, but both of us are getting to that point now where you go this many days without food, and you start to stumble a bit, feel a little bit drunk. I know Joe was definitely feeling a bit stumbly walking around when we were trying to get all of this organized. And we're just gonna wait out the night, hopefully sleep out the night. Apparently Joe's warm enough to sleep tonight.
It was a challenge. It was a big challenge. Physically, mentally, I hated it at points. Like, I really didn't want to be where I was at certain times, but I'm really grateful. It was a remarkable and terrifying experience. Don't take less lightly. Like, I thought I prepared for this, but no, not at all. I had no clue what the stuff was like that he does. Like, it's the real deal. It's no joke.
When you sign up for survival with me, you sign up for the real thing. There's no crew to joke around with, no bed to sleep in after the filming is done, nowhere to go. So you have to survive. If you want to know what survival is like, then removing yourself from your comfort zone is the only way. It's the way of survival.
This time we both have to come back for the cameras.
In Romania, the Argeș Mountains have 2,280 square kilometers of wild mountain area, with 4 main mountains. Fugarești has another 1,000 square kilometers more in the 3 neighboring counties. There's nothing but pure nature here. If we're talking about the Romanian Carpathians, the entire mountain chain is more than 1,000 kilometers, with an average width of 70 to 100 kilometers. This is a mountain hiker's paradise. But when it comes to surviving, there will always be a fine line between paradise and hell.
You know, the name Transylvania conjures up just one image. Dracula. But that fictional character is far from the reality of a region that in my eyes is one of the most beautiful places on earth. Fugaresh is the Romanian name for what most of Europe calls the Transylvanian Alps. It's a wonderfully varied mountain landscape. It's home to about 6,000 brown bears. Every hiker that comes here does so knowing that they're coming to one of the world's best-kept natural secrets. As it is with so many beautiful places, and especially mountains, it has its dark side, its dark history. But that history does not belong to the natural splendor. It belongs to those individuals who do not take their own safety seriously, who take unnecessary chances and risks, who underestimate the difficulties and overestimate their own abilities. There's a group of highly dedicated volunteers called Survivorman. Literally translated, means mountain rescue. I'm gonna head up into an area that's well off the beaten path and give Survivorman a chance to test and hone their skills while trying to find and rescue me. Hopefully before I succumb to the elements, while surviving here in the Fugaresh Mountains of Romania.
The first part of my journey will take me across the ridges and mountaintops along established trails. For the love of the hike alone, my team will start this journey with me. The trails here are sometimes obvious and other times they disappear or remain obscured by the dense fog that can roll in without any warning. It's a fog so thick, it leaves many hikers gripped in fear of moving forward. But the view is worth it. It's a long, grueling day given the fact that I don't do this every day. And it's here at the top that my team leaves me alone to wander down into the tree line and off the established mountain trails.
Where I pick up the story from here is at the foot of an old sheep farmer's cabin. That might sound luxurious, but they don't usually leave these places in very good repair, so take a quick look, see what I'm dealing with. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's filthy. Really bad. I don't know if you can see it or not. Yeah. There's nothing here, and there's nothing that I even want to make use of. That's the way it is. I suppose if it starts to storm, I could come in here and get a fire going in here. But you know what? It's damp and moldy and wet in here. Sometimes I get lucky when you find a survival cabin that's maybe even meant to be for survival, like I did in Labrador, or it's just there, but it's it's decent enough you can sleep in it, like what happened in Argentina. Sometimes you come across a cabin like this, and frankly, I'd rather stay outside than inside.
Sometimes a ready-made shelter or cabin can have food and supplies. Other times, they're barely worth using. But I won't look a gift horse in the mouth. There's lots of wood to scrounge. It's been over 9 hours of mountain hiking, and I've got to somehow gain back a lot of lost energy.
Still split wood even when you don't have an axe. Now these old sheep huts, some of them are active and you might have a shepherd to come along. Many others are, like this one, abandoned. And there may not be somebody back here for a year. There's no guarantee that you're going to be rescued, but a good place to pull into and to survive if you have to, at least for a while, because you've got some protection. Oh boy. Oh, there we go. Come on. There you go, there you go. Give it a little bit of oxygen. Probably the hardest thing to do is to patiently light a fire when you're cold and exhausted.
People have died waiting for rescue at a camp or cabin that no one is going to come to. Exhausted or not, I need to stay warm and dry tonight to be able to think clearly tomorrow and get a bearing on what I should do next. Using a rain poncho instead of a raincoat gives me more versatility in sheltering myself from the wind or rain.
I wanted to do a real quick zone of assessment number 1, which is everything that I have on me. I went with, instead of a jacket, a rain poncho. The other thing I brought along was my own personal survival kit. I want to see how it fares in circumstances like this. Does it make things a lot better or just a tiny little bit better? Does it get me through the day or is it mostly useless? I want to find that out in a scenario like this. This becomes that first night at the end of a long day of hiking when you think you're supposed to be home, but you take a wrong turn and you don't make it home. Now to get through the night and rethink everything tomorrow morning.
I often try to simulate the circumstances that anyone else might find themselves in order to figure out how survival would or could play itself out successfully or poorly.
It's not the first time I've slept on some pretty hard ground, but as long as it doesn't rain, this is a pretty warm spot to be, actually. I don't really want to sleep just yet. I try to wait to sleep until it's dark so that I sleep through the night, but too exhausted to wait that long. And in survival, you gotta sleep when you can. Sleep never comes easy in a survival situation.
In the Fugaresh Mountains of Romania, I'm alone at the top of the tree line, the morning after a grueling day of hiking the mountaintops.
Before I carry on with anything, I gotta slow myself down and think things through properly, and one of the best ways to do that is to stop and just simply center yourself with a bit of meditation. Let's do a little bit of a recap on my situation. Full, long day of hiking. The mindset that I've set up for myself is that it was only supposed to be one day, supposed to be home last night. In my mind, I know as a hiker, I'm thinking, well, fine, I'm just gonna keep walking down and I'm gonna get out of here today. And so with that mindset, what do I do next? To start with, one day of hiking, just some beef jerky. Now, am I going to ration it or am I going to just eat it all? I think a lot of times what happens is, in a situation like this, someone just goes for it and they eat it all because, well, I'm gonna be home. Hopefully even within hours, I'll be home and I'll be happy and I'll be eating lunch and I'll be fine. So I'm not gonna ration. I'm gonna eat the whole thing right now and then that'll be it, I'll have no food. I forgot that I also brought this along. One day hiker, make a little bit of tea with some wildflowers or something like that. So I found this, it says ultralight cook kit. So thought I'd bring it along. It does require fuel. Instead of using the fuel bottle to make this little mini stove work, I brought my own little flask. I threw in this rope survival kit. I'm just gonna hook it onto the back of my pack, but in addition, this time I also brought my own survival kit. I'll use up the items for this kit as I need to use them. And in fact, I will start with the compass because I've got to make my way through some pretty thick forest and I'm going to try and find an established trail that's here, but it's really old, no one uses it, so I'm going to need the compass to keep me on track. And that's the other thing about heading out. When you have maps of the area, you've got to make use of them. You've got to get them in your mind so that if you lose the map or anything goes wrong, you'll remember, oh, there's a trail there, there's a cabin over there, there's a highway over there, there's a road, here's where the river goes. Those things are really important to know. On any outing, you've got to know your escape route. Now, I'm just gonna walk out and walk home. That is the mindset that happens so often with people when they're lost. Well, I'll be out tomorrow. I'm gonna maintain that mindset to see what kind of mistakes I make. Hopefully none. Oh boy, eating this is not a mistake.
Notwithstanding the pristine reputation of this wild area, it's also home to logging, oftentimes illegal. But whether legal or illegal, long winding roads are cut into the forests, many of which seem to start and ultimately lead nowhere. They exist as just abandoned and unhealed scars on the landscape, an easy place to get lost.
All right, well, most importantly, before I get underway here, when I did my sort of zone of assessment number 2 and checked further afield from where I was at this sheep hut, I found something vital. And to me, it's still probably the most important thing you need to find in a survival situation. Ooh, there's all kinds of maggots hatching down in the bottom end of this water, but that's below where the stream comes out. All right, here's my idea. It actually falls right in line with my philosophy on what to do with survival gear anyway. I'm taking my personal survival kit and taking out of it items that I would rather have on my body, like in my pockets. But once you start having things around your neck, in your pockets, on your belt, like this fire striker would be perfect to go on my belt, I'll do that. Whistle in my pocket. Then I end up with this pot, which I can use as a water carrier. All right, it's really important that I hydrate here and just drink as much water as I can. I'm way better off to sip water all day long than doing what I'm doing right now, which is guzzling big amounts, because this will just wash right through my system. All right. So that's a good amount of water right there. I'd completely forgotten that Ziploc bags were part of the kit that I've made up. There we go. You know, what I may want to do just in case is double this bag rather than taking 2 and having them break. All right, that gives me not a bad amount of water to travel with in an emergency situation. Because boy, the worst thing is to become dehydrated, and the temperatures are hot during the day. And I don't know if I'm going to pass a lot of streams or no streams at all. And if that's the case, then I've got a supply of water to take with me now.
As I head down into the tree line, I have only the faint markings of an old trail that I'll try to follow.
This is all I've got to work with. So as I head down further, deeper into the forest, I've got to keep finding these. If I don't, I lose the trail. But that's why I have the compass, because I think generally speaking, all I want to do is head straight east. And the compass will, if I lose the trail, the compass will help me do that. Wow, I can see that going this way to my right, it really drops off far. There's got to be some cliffs on that side, so at least that'll keep me from going too far to the south if there's cliffs there, because there's no way the trail goes down cliffs.
As I hike down off the mountaintops, it gets increasingly difficult to find any trail markings. It is, after all, an abandoned trail. But you wouldn't know that from the map that shows it as established as any other trail. This is the failing of trusting only a map. Maps lose their accuracy on a yearly basis.
Big thing is looking down for markings, but also looking back up. Oh, I see a marking, okay. So they're pretty faint. I guess it means going down that way. Got a lot of trees that have fallen over as well, so that doesn't help. Changes the trail. I'm not really seeing too many markings, but I'm kind of using my nose, going with my instinct at the moment. There we go. Another marking. Okay. My last marking is quite a ways back. Okay, well, it didn't take long to get lost.
All around me are pathways and old trails and roads, all useless and more confusing than anything else. Just follow the roads downhill can be death sentence advice to a lost hiker.
See, now this is when you follow a trail and it kind of does you no good because you end up at the fork in the road. I can go that way, or I can go down that way. So I'm gonna have to go on instinct because there's no markings anywhere. These are just remote roads probably used for logging at some point. I'll keep going down, I'll keep going east, using my compass. Gotta make an executive decision here. I'd love to see a marking, but it's been, a good hour since I saw any markings. Walking so slow and so quietly, I wouldn't be surprised if I scared up a mama bear and some cubs, but actually talking to the camera actually helps because my voice is being projected out there, and anything up ahead that doesn't want to run into a human is gonna get out of the way. At least that's the theory.
So many little bits of advice for a lost victim can be so misleading. What sounds good in theory is often a recipe for disaster in practice. And for every rule of thumb in survival, there's an exception to that rule. It's confusing to be in the midst of so much evidence of past and present human activity.
All right, so this is one of those times where you feel like you're so close and yet so far. There's all kinds of old logging activity here around me, but I can't find the right trail down anymore. This is when you start burning yourself out in a survival situation. You spend extra energy double backing, which is what I'm doing right now. I'm going back up to see if I can find a trail marker anywhere. Otherwise, I just gotta kind of head down and hope I'm going in the right direction, which the compass will keep me going east, but that doesn't mean I'm not gonna hit cliffs or problem areas that I can't even get out of. So, I don't see any markings anywhere. It was looking good there for a while, but even my own cousin was lost for 3 days on logging roads. 3 days, and you're on a road. You'd think you'd be able to find your way up, but that's not the case. So this looks like a comfort zone because it's wide and open and there's human activity, but I don't know where to go next. Wow, I'm coming to some pretty steep areas, that's for sure. I gotta head down there. Huh, there's some fresh running water. All right, I'm gonna stop, look at my compass, have a drink of this water, try and figure this out.
Decision-making with low blood sugar or even a little bit of dehydration is a frustrating and even debilitating experience. Add in exhaustion, being cold or hot, various fears, and you can be gripped with a panic that keeps you from doing the right thing, from effecting the right kind of survival. In this situation, I'm losing precious hours walking back and forth, just trying to figure out what to do, which way to go.
This is one of those times that, when people ask me about how much time I spend filming survival versus actually surviving, and they say, the filming takes up a lot of the time, but then there are those times when I don't have complete control of the survival situation, and I have to kind of stop worrying about running these cameras and concentrating on my own survival. And this is one of those times. So, I try and trust my instincts here, and hopefully they prove out right. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. And this is the trail I'm gonna take a chance on. Bottom line, it either keeps going and takes me in the right direction, I'm gonna have to climb all the way back up.
In the middle of this thick forest, I'm lost. And even the trails I find offer me no solid answers.
Uh-oh. This is not a good sign. I think I'm coming to the end of the trail here, and nothing. Maybe I should have taken the road. No markings. The only markings I see are red ones from old logging, which just means cut this tree. I think I took a wrong trail. Now there's a big load of bear poop. Clearly there's a lot of bear here. All right, at this point, I'm lost.
When I film myself surviving, sometimes I know where I am and where I need to go. Sometimes I don't. Sometimes I go too far.
I've lost the trail. There's still various chunks of logging around here, but that's not helping me. I'm trying to figure out how to get to where I've got to be, which is way down there. You know what I see down there is water. I can see water through the trees. There's a river or creek. So if I'm going to be stuck anywhere, I want to be stuck beside water. I can even see there's logging roads way over there on the other side of the valley going way up. I mean, I'd never go up to those. And then it just goes on forever. It's a lush green valley. All right, well, check the batteries on the camera stuff and take a break and then head down. I'm not going back up. When I know I'm going to be doing a bit of a trek, I have to slim down quite a bit and not carry too many cameras. Other times I have beanbag mounts and multiple cameras. In this case, I'm trying out a new wrist mount, see how that works. And then, of course, I got to check and make sure the battery's still good. So I have to do all of this with batteries and cards. The whole reason I'm on this side of the world is because of this little card right here. So if I drop this or do something stupid with it, I lose the show, you know, that I'm trying to film right now. So what I do is when I pull it out, I have a Ziploc bag that I triple, and I put all my cards in here, and then I shove it away deep and down deep and dark in the pack, and hope that's all it takes to keep it safe. And a little piece of green tape on the battery like that. When the battery is spent and I pull it out of the camera, I take that tape and I put it over top of the connectors, throw that in the bag. Now I know when I grab another battery, I say, oh, not that one, it's already used. And little things like that just help me to kind of get through my weeks out here. Okay, so right now I got to change the cards on you. What I'll do is I'll drink out of the baggie first. I also filled up this stove. It's not meant to carry water, but I made it carry water. Every little bit helps. And in a survival situation, just about everything gets repurposed. Everyone who climbs knows going down is harder than going up.
can see a creek down there, so that's where I'm headed. Oh, man. I gotta go down to my bum for some of this. Yeah. Whoa. Oh, well, there you go. This is a good time to stop for a treat. Strawberries. Not gonna pass them by. Not when they're right on my path on the way down the hill. Wow, are they ever good. All right.
It's been many hours straight down a very steep mountainside, and if I get stopped by a cliff or impasse, the only way out will be back up.
Uh-oh. No. No. Come on, give me a way down. No, come on. I need a way down.
There are times when I push too hard, cross the line too far, and get myself in more trouble than I had bargained for.
I think I've come like to a cliff area here. Oh boy. Ah, crap. I gotta go back up. I'm at a cliff. Oh no. Oh no. I can't go down there. I'm at the tops of trees. Ay.
The ground is so steep at the top of the cliff that I can't even get enough footing to sit down and rethink my situation. Even just to do this, I have to climb back up 100 yards or more. Okay. Oh my God. That's foolish. I almost actually went over the cliff
It's a moment where I started sliding down. I got lucky there. Lucky that I didn't kill myself. I just about lost my footing at the top of the cliff. It was slippery and I would have kept sliding. Now I still have a long walk uphill to get back to where that road was. 35 years of survival. I'm still making mistakes.
A small mistake out here could very well cost me my life. This is not drama. It's real survival.
I know the camera isn't going to reflect this, but this is many hours going back up this hill just to get back to that spot on the road. I go for 5 minutes, stop for 5 minutes, go for 5 minutes, stop for 5 minutes, because it's just all straight uphill.
No one, not my crew or authorities, even know where I am now. I'm way too far off my original intended trail.
My only goal I have right now is to get back to that road. I can reassess my situation then. If I have to, I'll just stay right there for tonight. Try and start fresh tomorrow. If there was ever a time when I needed to get some rest so that I could get my senses about me again and rethink my survival situation, is now.
It'll take me at least 5 more hours to get back up this mountainside.
Oh my God, I'm at the road. I think I'm at the road. Please let it be the road.
After many hours spent on a grueling uphill climb, I make it back to the road and the stream. But by no means am I in the clear when it comes to surviving out here.
I've drank as much water as I could. I've rested for a good solid hour. I've actually long enough so that the sun could dry all of the sweat off of my clothing, it was just soaked. And I think what I'll do is I'll head down the road. See, the whole issue I'm having is leaving that water. Water's vital to me in a situation like this, and I don't want to find myself on 75 miles of road without any water. The reality of me choosing to walk past this road and keep going straight and ending up at a cliff and, nearly putting myself in some serious peril is that that's what happens over and over again in survival situations. People even have been on the road in their car, and they'll get out of the car and then they'll walk off into the unknown rather than going back on the road that they know. Even if it was 50 miles back, my advice, you go back. Whoa, something big just ran through the bush. Very big. Had some weight to it too, so probably a bear. I would have thought my talking to the camera would set things off. Whatever it was heavy. The good thing about me following this road out is that in terms of search and rescue, once they get started trying to find me, this should be an obvious place to look. Because anybody who's lost and trying to find their way out comes to a road is more likely to take it and not do the stupid thing I did by heading straight down.
But the Salvamont Search and Rescue Team has not yet received any GPS satellite signals from me indicating that I'm lost or where I might be.
Well, it's getting late enough in the day that I'm not going to keep walking. Come across a pretty substantial, beautiful spring of water, so that's a good place to stop. I'm not sure if I've ever done survival along an old dirt road before. After getting beat up by
going all the way down to that cliff, I want to take it a bit easy on myself tonight, not keep pushing too hard. Well, first things first, I want to get a substantial fire going in case it does come on to rain. I can tell my patience is just shot from being physically exhausted. I got the flint striker and this and that, but I don't have the patience to even pull it out. I just got the matches here. I'm just going to use the matches. It would be better to save the matches because you never know how long you're going to be out here for and how many of these you just might need. And if I can get fires going alternative ways that last a very long time, like using a flint striker, it's actually better. I'm just tired, burned out, and have no patience for starting the fire that way. I don't know what else to say about that.
Fear, exhaustion, pain from injuries, being too cold or too hot, these and many other issues will cause us to make a wrong decision during a survival ordeal. We just want it all to get over with. It can help to do something that feels familiar to us, even if it's silly, like shaving, or reading, or having a hot cup of tea.
There are a few things in a survival situation that can make you feel a little more human. Hot drink is one of them. In this case, clover tea. Although maybe I'm feeling really human because if to feel humbled and beaten is human, then I'm feeling it. In many ways, it's almost like I'm experiencing survival, how do I say, a little more realistic even, simply because I am so exhausted. I don't even feel like making the shelter. Probably won't. I'm just going to sit here. And that's usually the case for a lost victim. In my case, I often have the skill set to do this or to do that, and I'm focused and I'm zoned in and I got the adrenaline, so I build a shelter. But I think most of the time for lost victims, you feel just like I do right now. Beaten, humbled, exhausted. The last thing I want to do right now is go around trying to get branches and sticks to build a shelter. It's tough enough just getting the fire going. 35 years of survival, I'm still learning.
It would seem our greatest lessons come from our greatest mistakes. It's an unfortunate reality, especially when it comes to survival.
There's a lot of good high-tech equipment that you can make use of, and should. GPS that I can send texts with. I've got another satellite GPS that I can't send texts, but it's supposed to send signals up of where I am at all times. I've got a satellite phone and my cell phone. A, they all run on batteries, and B, they have to connect to the satellites. And of the four of them, not one has a signal, nor have any of them had a signal for the longest time. So they aren't anything to me at this moment. They're just hunks of equipment that I'm carrying around with me. I'm trying to get a message out for search and rescue. Yes, yeah, I typed out a message 45 minutes ago, and it's still not sending. To say, look, here I am, come and get me. And none of my high-tech devices are getting that message out. Even though I'm on a dirt road, that doesn't mean they'll look here. And it doesn't mean that there's an end to this road anytime soon. I've had this turned on for quite a while. It just still says searching for signal. That's the reality of high-tech equipment. They're wonderful when they work.
I don't fear the dark, I fear the cold. I don't fear the rain, I fear the wind. I don't fear pain, I fear exhaustion. And I don't fear big scary animals, I fear indecision. All of my years of survival skills don't amount to a hill of beans if I make one wrong move, one more drastic mistake.
It's gonna be a long night. Sitting and sleeping like this. No energy to do anything else.
I'll sit out the night with no one knowing exactly where I am or what I'm doing. Even the safety net I currently have, the technology, is failing me. Are we too lazy to file a trekking plan with the authorities? Maybe too adventurous to stick to it and avoid heading off into lands unknown? Are we too macho to take along a safety net or a hiking companion? Well, no problem. Then we're not too immune to paying a price, no matter how heavy of a price we may be called upon to pay. We're never too experienced to not make a mistake here, where a simple mistake can turn fatal. If we didn't make mistakes out here, there would be no need for search and rescue teams. But the wilderness is neither against you or for you. It only demands one thing from you if you're to survive: respect. Respect the wilderness, and you're on the right path to not making a foolish or fatal mistake. I've spent the last few days effectively getting lost in the Fugaresh Mountains of Romania. After a grueling day on the mountaintops, I finally made it down to the forest's edge, only to go too far downhill, forcing me to climb straight back uphill many hours. There's been plenty of water to drink, but little food to eat. And even following old logging roads has not yet led me to safety. But now I begin anew. I'll start fresh and force myself into a set of circumstances that should, in most cases, make survival nearly impossible. What happens if you can't even walk? How do you survive being medically stranded? And how do you signal anyone that might be searching for you?
So what I'm doing today is trying to grab a satellite signal where I can. Couldn't get any signal over the last at least 24, 36, 48 hours, something like that, no signal at all. I've also turned on my GPS satellite tracker, and with any luck at all, it'll be received, and they'll come and get me. I think that because people know that I know all these different earth skills, primitive skills, bushcraft, survival skills, that I might be opposed to the high tech, but I am not opposed to the high tech. It can save a life. They take a lot of the guesswork out of finding you if you're in trouble. All right, I think I'm gonna change up the circumstances a little bit here. I am, or have been, essentially lost, and I've ended up in an area that I hadn't expected to even go to, and I know I'm on an active road. That's a bonus. I know it's going downhill. That counts. But where it actually goes, who knows? The tracking has been sent out, so how long it takes for these messages to get through, I'm not really certain. But I think what I'm going to do is get off the road and see if I can create a survival situation, or rather, I guess, a search and rescue situation that's not so cut and dried, but at least it's a little bit more complicated. I won't go far, just enough so that I'm not walking down a dirt road and easily found. Give him a little bit more of a test. If I were being just a bit curious about things, I might decide to climb up in here. It looks like there's an area up here. It looks like there's a clearing, like it goes somewhere. So why not be curious? And I'll take myself up there. But because I'm leaving the road, what I can do is take the bandana that came in my survival kit, and I purposely made sure that they were orange. For this reason is now I'm gonna tie this bandana here, just at the edge of the road, in a fairly obvious spot. Anybody coming by is gonna spot that, no doubt. And if they're looking for me, then, well, that's the idea. Okay, so just on this spot in this tree here,
What I'm going to do is take my GPS satellite tracker and strap it to the tree here, because I'm going to head further on up the hill, but this will be strapped here, hopefully sending out the signal, leading anybody who's looking for me right to this spot. All right, it's still flashing as being on, so the batteries are still good. Better I put that in a spot that can reach the biggest sky possible than having it in my pocket or strapped to my arm. All right. Now, something I can do right off the bat for starters is be diligent about marking my trail on the way in. And then hopefully, if someone is searching for me up in this area, they'll see the markings and they'll keep looking, going on farther. And I think to start it, there's something I can use that is in the survival kit that'll work really well. It's the orange garbage bag. Now, it's big and it's really good for a roof. It's good for rain gear, all sorts of things, but it's also really good for marking a trail. I can take some strips from the top and not defeat its purpose of being a raincoat or a roof for a shelter. So let's take a little piece of this. All right, first use of the garbage bag. Mark a trail. Another opportunity to make a marking. Even if all I have is a neck knife, I can still make a blaze in a tree here. It's not the same as having a hatchet or an axe, but it definitely will show up as being done by a human. Hopefully we'll catch the eye of somebody and go, hey, up that way.
Any search and rescue team looking for me will have only an idea of where I am based on the tracking device. So all of these markings can make a difference of being found or not.
I think this might do, actually. Do for what, you might ask? Well, I'll tell you in a second.
Being able-bodied in a survival ordeal is one thing. Being immobile or medically stranded is something else altogether. You can't run out when people call for you. You can't quickly light a signal fire for airplanes. You're stuck, and you have to hope someone walks straight to where you are if you expect to survive.
It occurred to me that yesterday, when I made the mistake of going down the hill and then eventually coming to the cliffs and having to climb back up, any one of those thousands of steps, and I could have twisted an ankle, broken ankle, slipped, broken a leg. It could be as simple as having a minor heart attack from the exertion or an appendicitis attack. So what I'm going to do is set myself up so that I'm completely immobile. In this case, it's not so much about being lost. It's a lot more about being medically stranded. So my situation now is I'm going to set myself up to be medically stranded right here. What does that mean? What do I do with my gear? How do I stay warm tonight? Can I get a fire going? How do I get to water? Can I get to any water? So I'm going to be stuck here. And then we'll see how search and rescue deals with that. Now, I've left clues for them, tied the bandana on the side of the road, and put the GPS satellite unit up, sending out its signal. So with any luck at all, they'd be able to come into here, see that, and then start exploring to see if they can find me. In the meantime, I now have to deal with a broken leg.
This is Salvamont, one of the most successful search and rescue teams on the planet.
The mountains are very rugged, and it's quite a challenge to be a mountain rescuer here. It's quite a challenge to trek here. We have about 50 mountain rescuers. In the last week, we had one fatal accident and another one very serious. We stick together, and we are very proud to be part of Ardèche Mountain Rescue.
One of the GPS tracking units I have was successful in getting a signal with a short text message out to Salvamont. But this first message I sent did not do more than say I was out and lost and where I started from. So the SAR team has their work cut out for them if they're to find me in this mountain terrain.
We have a lost person, 53 years old, average mountain experience. He said that he pointed east for a few hours, but he doesn't remember how many hours. So he decided to continue still east, and he lost his way.
This is day one for Salvamont, one of the most experienced and successful search and rescue teams on the planet. But then they have to be, for this is some of the most rugged hiking on the planet. And I'm somewhere down in the middle of it all. All they have to go on is where I started from, many miles uphill, and a few days ago from where I am now. This type of terrain demands that most of the search is carried out on foot.
Cum a avut recepție. Am început urcarea în poienile patinului.
All right, so to move forward from here, whatever's wrong with my leg, and I'll make it my left leg, I'm completely immobile. I can't continue on. I can't get up and walk out or hop out or climb out or slide out. I'm stuck. So, that being the case, what do I do next? You gotta know that were that to happen for real, that I'd be spending a couple of hours or a few hours breathing in agony and just getting over that, laying still. So I've actually allowed some of the day to go by so that I've killed some time. So for starters, I've got this. I need another similar length pole or stick. All right, so now I have the other side of my splint, my walking stick. If I can get those looped in together, that will lock this leg in a position that will protect it perhaps from bending and causing excruciating pain. There's a little bit of padding because I'm going to tie around that spot. Next thing, this guy here, tie this off here, whereabouts I'm going to need the padding. Now I've got some rope in my own survival kit, and then I also have the rope that came with this little mini bracelet type survival kit. Some of the survival items are coming through here. Okay, that's a good piece of very good thick rope, and there's a secondary one right here. I'll probably just use this one right now. All right, that's one. I'll start tying this rope up while it's still long, so I'll only cut it as short as I need it to be. You kind of get the idea here. Lift it up. See that? So that's just to help so I don't catch my foot. Maybe I'm going down the hill, sliding my bum or something, and then this will help protect it, keep it immobilized a bit so that it protects the knee. For the most part, the rescue team is confined to the high altitudes where I started. They have to start at the beginning of my journey, since they do not yet have any information from my GPS unit about my current location. On average, 30 to 40 people are lost here every year, mostly because they don't pay attention to the falling dark and don't have a flashlight with them. So they find themselves in the dark, in an unknown environment, and usually they get scared. In the fog, even if they see the markings, they're afraid to continue and prefer to send out a signal for rescue. I want to do my zone of assessment now. I have to do it all over again. The reason for this is when I had done it before and I knew what I had, that was based on the fact that I was walking a road, I was traveling. But now this is a whole new set of circumstances. I need to go through my gear and say, okay, what have I got now? What can I make use of? What's going to make me more comfortable and help me get through this night? And hopefully not many more after that. Candle. Compass, well, that's not going to be needed now. My matches, good. I guess lastly it's just the, oh no, one more. Signal mirror. When they come looking for me, I can try to reflect some light. That might do the job right there. Actually, the last thing I've got, this cook kit. Now, it's got the water in it, but I'll drink that down. And the orange garbage bag. What's next is I should try right now to get some firewood. I'm going to make an assumption that I'm so mobile I can't even stand up and walk. So I'm literally going to gather every stick, every twig that's just close at hand. That's my only option.
On one hand, you'd think there would be nothing to grab in the close vicinity. On the other hand, it's surprising just how much raw material is available close at hand. I just realized something. Moving stuff around for the sake of collecting the water, I seem to have lost my whistle. That is not good. If I hear someone calling for me, how do I signal them? Well, I suppose if I don't find that whistle, actually I've got two ways. One, I've got a good, solid, human-made whistle. Or I've got this. We'll call this the broken leg blues. It can take him between 2 hours to 2 to 3 days maximum to find lost victims. But Salvamont's record is spotless. No fatalities other than those who have fallen and died on impact. Like so many SAR teams around the world, these men and women take great pride in their responsibility of saving lives. Any lack of success is met with great disappointment. I'm close to the border of Transylvania in Romania, a hiker's paradise and a rich land of peaks and valleys where I've stranded myself with a broken leg on purpose to test out some of the most experienced search and rescue people in the world, Salvamont. And they're searching high and low on foot, too many miles away from my current camp. A lost victim out here could be anywhere. Could simply be behind a rock, unconscious even. So every square foot of land has to be checked. I probably had to tie and retie this splint a half a dozen times, but it is working. It's working fairly well. I'm pretty sure that Search and Rescue's been deployed and is out there looking for me, but they're looking for me in the first areas where I started. Not in this area. They shouldn't get this information probably for another day. In the meantime, I'll see if I can get a little fire going. Sometimes the best way to get kindling is just to make it. What I'll do is I'll take that fuel. This would probably work really well if I had ethanol or something like that, but all I had was the rum, and it wouldn't hold the flame. So instead, I'll just steal the rum out of it, and this way, use just the spark. And hopefully it will work. Whew, look at that. That went really nicely. Okay, that's good to know. Can't get your fire started, use some rum. As the day draws to its end, the search and rescue team is unsuccessful in finding me. This won't sit well with them.
Adică ideea este că de acolo, de pe partea aia.
This would be a real difficult thing if you weren't sure if anybody was looking for you. Can't imagine how that would play on the mind. Just sit and wait. I've got my fire lit now, which for me, this is kind of early for lighting a fire. I would normally wait till it gets a little bit darker so fire would supply last longer. But just sitting here, doing nothing hour after hour, my body is just chilling down. I can feel it coming through the ground. Fire's made a huge difference. Now this is where the point of rationing plays itself out. If I had rationed the food that I had, I would have some jerky or some energy bar to nibble on right now, but I didn't. Thinking and believing like a hiker who's just lost for a day that it's okay, I'm gonna be out tonight, I can eat this now, I ate everything up. If I could have one of those pieces of beef jerky, would make all the world a difference here. But I don't, and that's because I didn't ration. I suppose I could chew on grass.
The captain of the SAR team knows the reality of a lost person. The longer it takes to locate me, the worse the odds get at finding me at all. None of them want a black mark on their record.
Baza de Pitești 2, sunt gata.
Baza de echipa 4, recepție.
Am căutat întreaga zonă aici, n-am găsit absolut nimic, am fost până la feilor, sub arcășel, am mâncat.
There's an overhanging big dead tree there. If I dragged my butt and all my possibles down there, I'll bet you I could drape the tarp over it and create a bit of a tent. I'm gonna do this. Good thing I'm going downhill. My leg was really broken. This may or may not be possible. The other good thing about this is I'm now at the top of a hill, so if searchers are coming for me, I don't have so much of a sound buffer anymore by being back up there. Maybe I'll be able to hear something. Well, if I take my time, this might be doable. Oh. Comes on to rain. It's not perfect, but who says you can't build a shelter with a broken leg? Now, to bring the fire down.
I'm doing my best to imitate a broken leg and not allowing any use of it at all, including if I stand up and hop on one leg.
All right, now I've got fire and shelter, all ostensibly with a broken leg.
Tonight, the captain has received my second GPS text message, this time with the coordinates of where I left the unit strapped to the tree.
He might be down on this ridge. We're gonna go with all the dusters, we're gonna have the helicopters, ATVs, and we'll check all the forestry roads. And I think that concentrating here, we should find him tomorrow.
All right, well, I think I've come up with another way to stay a little bit warm tonight, other than keeping the fire going, obviously. I've had to take the splint off to do this, though. Now, I know it looks a little silly, but believe it or not, it's incredible how much warmer my feet will be in the backpack like this throughout the night. If your feet are warm, it goes a long way towards keeping the rest of you warm. So this is it. Sun's down past the mountains now. It'll be getting dark soon. It doesn't look like it because the camera tends to illuminate the surroundings. It's a little darker for me right now. This is it for the night. It's actually fairly comfortable.
The camera never does justice to how dark it is, how wet it is, how cold it is, or how steep a hill might be. But those who trek in the wild have a pretty good idea how tough an ordeal can become. The search and rescue team has gathered and is ready to head out full of adrenaline. For now, they have something much better than just a text message. They have 24-hour-old GPS coordinates sent out from my GPS unit, strapped to a tree down the hill from where I am actually surviving.
Just tightening up the tarp a bit here. I think sometimes I don't show knots enough. So I want to show this one to you. This one is when you've got a long line and you're going around a pole or a tree or something like that, and you're coming back, and now it's like, well, where do I tie this off? Do you tie it off at the tree? Well, sometimes that's a real pain because the tree's full of, you know, scratchy, pokey branches everywhere, and you can't really reach in, so you can get around it, but going in and tying off there is a pain. So if you've got a long rope and you come back out on the rope itself, you can tie, like right here, and believe it or not, it'll be secure. Just go over, and then I'm going to go over 1, 2, 3 more times. So I went over, and then I went 1, 2, 3, like that, through. The last time, you, instead of just looping through that one line, you go all the way around, poke down through, okay, and pull forward. Now when you do it, what I like to do is take my fingers and just make sure all those little loops I made look nice and round, so that they got a real nice look to them, okay? So now I can actually pull this line and slide this knot to make this nice and taut, okay? And that holds it like that. I like to then lock it off. To do that, real simple. You know, your normal square knot, just make a square knot, like one knot at the end. That's all, just one knot at the end, and then down. And that actually locks it in place. I can constantly move this and tighten it if I need to. There you go. There's a good survival knot for you right there. Look at that. Sometimes the obvious escapes you when you're out in a situation like this and your mind's not clear, and all of a sudden you look and say, oh, look at that there. Okay, that's useful. Well, breakfast. These little spruce buds are tasty at this stage, especially tasty when it's been a few days without food. It's just that tiny little end right there. You can't see it. It's the new growth. Sometimes they taste a little bit like turpentine. That's where it comes from. Other times they're sweet. Gotta find the sweet ones. Oh, I'm getting full.
Stranding myself on purpose with a broken leg, I'm somewhere down in the middle of this wilderness, waiting for search and rescue to locate me.
Well, I've been out of water for a while now, and I don't feel too dehydrated, but I think I'm gonna head down and fill up my canteen anyway. This isn't gonna be easy. Oh, that's what I gotta watch. A friend of mine was lost in the Amazon jungle, slid down like that, and you ready for this? Impaled his anus. Ouch, yeah. My thoughts too. This is gonna work. I've made it. There. That's what I'm talking about. Haha. Success. That's a lot of work for a drink of water. Let's look and see if there's anything here that's edible. And I found something right here. Look at that. Haha. One of my favorites, too. Yellow wood sorrel. Oh, wow. Oh, such a burst of flavor. I hate to admit it, but one of my favorite candies is sweet tarts. And that always reminds me of eating sweet tarts, only that's the healthy version. Oh, here we go. There's something right here. Strawberry. There's no berries. What I can do is I can pick these, make strawberry tea. In this area then, already wood sorrel, more spruce buds on the way down, strawberry right here. Let's see, looking for young ferns. Oh, there we go. Now, when these are curled into fiddleheads, they're much better. But they're edible right now. This is the difference between being in a spot that's dry, and once you get near water, everything comes to life. Oh, this is good. If I can get a couple of mugs of this into me now, take one up with me, boil up some strawberry tea, then overall I'm hydrated enough for the day because I'm not eating much food. And so not much to digest. It's hard to say if I had a torn ACL or busted leg, what kind of pain I might be in, but assuming that I can drag myself around, then there still are things I can do, even within a circle of an area. I say all this, of course I haven't gone back up yet, and I have to go up here now. No matter what, in a situation like this, you're always going to be dealing with shock and stress. And, you know, I've just sort of volunteered my left leg in the cause here. But realistically, I wouldn't be able to do too much. Probably just what I've done is just about it. Yesterday, I was able to get this roof up and get a fire going. Today, I'm able to cook some strawberry tea, eat a few greens, and get myself filled with water. That's enough. So I think I will just sit this out now and see what happens later today.
As I effectively survive with a broken leg, the Salvamont team is on high energy, deploying all of its units to the area with my last GPS coordinates. But I'm still a needle in a haystack. They really now only have the right haystack.
There's enough sun patches close to where I am with this little camp set up that I can get to the blue sky and get the sun on me, both to keep me warm, but also if the chopper's searching for me, I can do this. Now all this is just one of these little flexible mirrors that I put in my survival kit. What I can do is to actually take my fingers like this and I line it up so that, like that. You see, so what I'm doing right now is I'm aiming it through my fingers. And so if you were the airplane, my sights, which are my fingers, set on you, and then I try to flash through like that, and there you go. That's how it works. Now the downside to that is simply that the helicopter has to show up in this portion of the sky for me to be able to flash him. If he doesn't, too many trees. And probably won't see a thing. Here we go. We got a chopper coming by. Let's see if I can signal him. Flying real low. Try this now. Where are they? There they are. Oh, that's not so easy. The chances of them seeing me in here just seem so slim. I mean, look what they've got to see me through. You know, I've only got that one hole in the trees there to signal them through. It becomes a matter of chance. Hopefully their due diligence on
spotting you. Here's a big difference. I can't just run out into the opening because I'm stuck with this broken leg. If I were truly in a situation where my leg was busted, this would be it. I'd have to kind of stay right here in this open spot and try and flash them, which is what I'm trying to do. To get to a more open area, it's just not going to happen. There have been thousands of helicopter searches throughout the world that come up empty-handed and fly right over top of the lost victims. Okay, here they come again. That's it. Doesn't seem like they're coming back. I don't think I'll be flashing anybody today. Wow, it just feels so trapped. I can't imagine what it must be like when you're in a situation just like this, where you're immobile, you can't move, and rescue is going by, and there's nothing you can do about it. It must be horrifying to watch them fly away and realize that they haven't seen you.
It's 2 full days into the search and rescue team's inability to find me. My only hope now is that they're at least getting close.
They were right here, went right by me. But where did they go, and why aren't they still searching this spot? However, the sheer fact that they're looking in this area means that the GPS satellite device got its message out. They're looking where they're supposed to be looking.
Having coordinates does not mean guaranteed success, especially since I left the unit strapped to a tree far below me. But it should lead them in the right direction if they find it, or the orange bandana.
Okay. So guys, I just got an info with the GPS coordinates, and it might be here under Mândra Peak. Okay. Let's go.
This is no setup for TV. These rescuers have no idea where I am out here, and their desire to find me is as intense as it gets.
Spruce bough, laying right here. I'm gonna go down, and then next time I hear the sound of the chopper, I'm gonna put it on the fire and hopefully make a bit of smoke. All right, wish I'd thought of that sooner. Make the fire smokier, then wait here in the sun. Maybe they'll spot that. Uh-oh. See, now it's flaming up already. As soon as I get hot flames, it just kills the smoke. That's the trick of a signal fire.
If it's not smoky, it's not a real signal.
Well, let's see if the ground crew can get to the same area and start hollering for me, and maybe notice that bandana I left tied and the orange garbage bags on the trees and the blaze. That's what they're gonna have to go by now, since there was not a successful sighting by the chopper. That's disappointing.
Okay, it's good.
Okay, I'm starting to hear some sounds. I thought I heard some calling out and like a horn blowing. So maybe there's a search going on foot right now. Huh, and now nothing. Make some more smoke. Now I really wish I had that whistle, the other whistle, because it's just it's a very obvious sound. My whistle could be mistaken for a bird off in the distance.
That hurt my ear.
According with the GPS, the coordinates are somewhere here, not more than 100, 200 meters. So what we have to do is to spread along the forestry road, about 10, 15 meters from each other, and to begin to search the area up.
Out here, any lost victim could simply be behind a few rocks, maybe even unconscious. So every nook and cranny must be explored if they're going to be successful.
Tale pe aici, la deal.
So I heard a slight ATV motor. I heard a horn blowing, but it didn't sound like a car horn. It sounded like the kind of horn that you hear at at a hockey game. Uh-oh, now the horn sounds more distant. That's not a good sign. So I'm just gonna maintain the immobility, just stuck here. I can't really go to them. It's a long way down to get to the road, so I'm putting the emphasis on them to find me.
Unde strigați care va?
Just heard another. Oh! It's got to be hard for them to locate me simply because of echoes and all the trees. I'm quite a ways up, so. Oh! Here!
Nu, toată lumea așteaptă pentru că se pare că
That's the search team.
avem răspuns la chestia. Hai, duceți-vă la deal. Duceți-vă la deal și vedeți, duceți-vă toți patru.
Here! So the technology, the GPS satellite technology has worked. It's sent them to where I am. This team has not been given clues other than they got the message from the GPS satellite tracker. And they've zoned right in on me. That's fantastic. Simply fantastic. You guys are sights for sore eyes.
Are you okay?
Well,
That's what I see.
the leg, but I'm okay. I'm good.
Search and rescue teams around the world are a serious bunch. These guys have not been told that my broken leg is just a setup, so they don't even break a smile, for their job will not be done until they know that I'm safe, and I won't deny them that proper end. When we make mistakes out here, there are guardian angels to help us through, pick us up when we fall, get us home safely. They don't have wings or halos. They ride horses, drive ATVs, fly choppers and planes, and push hard on foot through thick bush and in dangerous wild areas with little to no rest until they complete their mission. And what do we call these guardians of all us wilderness adventures? Well, here in Romania, they're called Survivorman, search and rescue. Australia. It's the only nation to occupy an entire continent. It's the most flat and the second driest place on the planet. And even though it has rainforests, snowfields, and lush garden ecosystems, it's undeniably known best for its deserts, also called the outback.
Sport aircraft flying has become hugely popular all around the world. Small wonder it's fantastic up here. You've got a bird's eye view of everything wild and natural. Mountains, valleys, forests, and the deserts. But each year, people get lost down there, and they're forced to survive amongst the wallaby and the kangaroo. And that'll be my challenge. I'll fly this plane till it runs out of gas and make an emergency landing on someplace flat. And I'll have to survive without food, very little water or gear, no camera crew, alone in the Australian outback.
The Australian outback has been high on my list as a place of challenge and mystique, and flying my own ultralight is the most exciting way to get out into the middle of it all. Most anything can suffice as an emergency airstrip when it's needed. Highways, roads, even sod farms or any flat strip of land that looks free of debris. There are a number of out-of-service strips attached to the parks out here. They can be rough, but not so rough that I can't land on them.
First things first, gotta get this thing tied down and secured for the night. When the wind starts coming in, you could ruin a plane that way if you don't tie it down. You know, it's a simple little axe like this that gets you in the most trouble. All I'm doing right now is coming in here to tie off the plane. Fact is, that's when you reach down into a hole somewhere and there's a king brown snake laying there, ready to bite you. All right, well, the plane's nice and secure now. I actually landed it on an old airstrip. It's windy and it's cool. It's been dropping down to, actually got down to 2 degrees Celsius just the other week here. So it can get quite cold in the desert, while at the same time it can get up to 45 degrees in the middle of the day. I've got a hatchet, no food, very little water, about a day and a half worth of water, and 1 paper match and a small pot to boil water in. Oh, I've got the kangaroos, the wallabies, the emus, and the rest of the Australian outback.
Fortunately, there's also 1 small piece of beef jerky still left in my pocket.
There's no time like the present to go into survival mode, and this is a good little score of wire here. Get my multi-tool, cut some of this off, I'm sure I'll find a use for wire. Always do.
This is how to have a good survival mentality. I try to never miss a chance to better my situation by taking advantage of whatever I can scrounge or collect.
Well, wind's still howling out there. And I'm just gonna huddle in here inside the plane and try and get some sleep through the night. Morning, I'll head out of here. I gotta make my way to some place that's got more water. Well, has water, period.
Like my times in the Kalahari and the deserts of Arizona, it's the dry wind that sucks the moisture out of me more than anything else, and it's partnered with the surprising temperature fluctuations.
Everyone always said how hot it could get down in the Australian outback. No one ever mentioned how cold it could be. You can get up to 47 degrees Celsius here, which is extremely hot, but it can get down to freezing at night, so I'm gonna get out of this plane and see if I can find a better spot to survive. Gotta be a yoga instructor just to get in and out of these things. I'm going to take this rope with me because I know I can probably make use of it out there. Plane should be okay. It's tied down on 3 sides here. It's windy and it's cool. And that means that it's a good time to be hiking across this land, because when it changes and it goes back to being the outback that we all hear about, extremely hot and dry, that's not going to be any time to be traveling.
There's no water and no shade where the plane is now, so my only option is to head out to what I hope are greener pastures. In the desert, most dead bodies don't decay very fast. In fact, they last a long time, almost preserved. A constant reminder that there is little to support life out here. I'll need to find water if I expect to make it.
Finding a lot of bones as I walk along. Mostly kangaroo. And the odd emu. Huh. This is a lot of outback. And it's probably only a pinhead compared to what actually exists out here. It's a big area. A lot of flies here. Fortunately, they don't bite. When you come from Canada, if you come to some other place and the flies don't bite, well, hey, that's a bonus. One of those places that's ultimately quite beautiful. At the same time, quite desolate. There's beauty in all nature, that's for sure. No matter how barren it might seem. Everything's dying here. One thing about all these logs and everything down here is that they're a perfect place for king brown snakes. King brown snake bites you, and you've got a couple hours to live. There's a section here with some shade, and I think that I'm gonna stop hiking and call this place my base camp for now. I don't know if there's any water, if I can dig for water or find water. I've got a bit left in my canteen, so we'll see what I can do here. There's an eagle's nest at the top of one of these trees, and that's a good sign, I think. So, good sign for me, anyway.
Australia is home to the densest population of poisonous creatures on the entire planet. But don't let that scare you, because in reality, they're spread out far and wide on a very big continent. On the other hand, you can sometimes find a shocking amount of poisonous spiders and snakes all clustered into one small territory.
These flies are going to be a pain. They don't bite, but they love to go into the corners of your eyes here. You can see that. Up your nose, in your ears. Well, these guys are annoying. This tree is very thorny. It's the Acacia Victoria tree. This little find here is fantastic. Here we go. Oh, sweet. The traditional cultures would actually break these branches and come back maybe even a year later, and this gob of acacia sap would be there from the break, would be scarring over, and it is pure sugar. Maybe not pure sugar, but it's got a lot of sugar. Yep. Oh, flies. So it's going to stick to my teeth, but this is a nice little, get out of my eye, boost of sugar, courtesy of the acacia tree. I'll keep me going for a while. It's a good way to get someone to shut up too, because when you chew down on it, it locks your jaw. Your teeth won't open up again. So I'm gonna stop talking for a while here. This is very small fare indeed, but oh yeah. This is lemongrass. It's not much, but there's little clumps of it all around here. Really nice flavor. And it'll just help to keep putting energy back into me that the sun and the wind are pulling out. Out of the very dry and very desolate-looking outback, there seems to be a number of surprises that can nourish the body. This is called tar vine. Good salad green, edible. Roots and all. This is a lucky score. A lot of the ticks around here can make a human pretty sick, so I'm gonna stay more out on the flat here. It's very unlikely that there'll be any ticks here. This is not gonna be a very comfortable night for me. I can see that coming, but I'll do what I can, because you gotta get sleep. If you don't get any sleep, well, you start getting a little psychotic, actually. Nobody wants to have a psychotic episode out here now.
Every move out here that I make to improve my situation and get set up for survival has to be well thought out, calculated, and methodical. Risking injury based on foolish and frantic moves is a huge mistake that in some cases can have fatal consequences.
Well, it's fire time, and I've only got one paper match. There you go.
if I'm very, very careful, I can split it right down the center, turn it into 2 matches. Okay. See? And then get it down to the end here. It's the tricky part at the end, because you want the match head to actually split off. Okay, there we go. 1 match has now become 2.
Woo! Yes, indeed, it worked. Look at that. And that's all it took. Just split the 1 match in 2, and instead of being left with 1 match to survive, I have 2. And I have fire. There's a lot of this around. There's cattle dung and sheep's dung, goat dung, and all of it can go on the fire. It will finally help to get rid of these flies. Just like it does all around the world. Dry cattle dung works real well to get rid of flies, and I have no idea why. It just does. The Aboriginals, or at least some of them, actually believe that if they put a rope around where they're going to sleep at night, that snakes will not go over top of the rope. Now, they go over sticks, they go over stones, so I don't know. And I haven't got a clue whether or not it's actually true, but the reality is I'll take any bit of help I can get. Saved the foam cushion from the airplane, brought it along with me. So we've got a little bit of a pad, otherwise I'm just laying right in the dirt here. Sun's already up. I did get chilled a bit, but as long as I kept the fire going, I was fine through the night, so. I'm gonna get moving now before that sun and the heat starts to kick in, and see if I can find myself a spot with water, because that is what is important now. There are so many variables that will play into a decision on whether to stay put or go. Certainly no available water makes the decision easy for me this time. But sometimes trying to figure out whether or not I should move on can be perplexing to the point of great frustration. And it's heartbreaking to make the effort to move only to find myself in an even worse location. Almost empty. In my case, I always have the added challenge of filming my travels as I walk along, alone. Well, come to yet another creek bed with any luck at all. This one won't be as dry as the last one. Nothing. Dry, dry, dry. I hear you. It's dry, dry, dry here. You can just see faint glimmer of water down there, so this creek bed goes for a long ways, dry as a bone, but eventually you go downhill enough, you come to some water. Whether or not it's drinkable, that's another story. Even though the water here appears clean, I'm going to boil it first and then let it cool, so I can at least feel safe drinking water with no live pathogens. I think I even see something down there I can eat. See him down there? If you remember, all rope really is a bunch of fibers twisted together. Separate them. There you go. You can get down to 1 fiber. Got a little tiny bit of beef sausage there. Beef jerky. Is that they're so hungry most of the time, they'll clamp on to the food, and you can literally just pull them right out of the water and they won't let go. He's got it. He's got it. All right. He knows it's meat, and he's holding on to it. Okay. Now, I don't know if I can do this. I gotta try and pull him up gently, flip him off there. Okay. Hold on to the meat. Come on.
got him. I got him. I got him. I got him. I got him. Yes. Yeah, baby. That's awesome. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? I cannot wait to eat this guy. Buddy, I'm nicknaming you dinner.
It's pretty amazing how even the slightest of meals, meant for an empty stomach, can lift the spirit when you're trying to survive.
Come on, come on. Yeah. One match, 2 fires. That's the end of my matches, but I've got a good fire going now, so that's what's important. Nice. This patch of green here is called watercress. Now, if I can get in here and gather some, without finding that there's a snake den. All right, that's the stuff. Got a peppery taste to it. Oh, a little bit bitter, but really good for me. And a fantastic find right here on the creek. Okay, buddy. This is your last moments of life, but I am going to enjoy the energy you're going to transfer into me. There you go. Oh, this is going to be sweet. Little freshwater lobster. Pull the legs off. Snap the tail off. That's fantastic. Well, in Canada, they call them crayfish, they call them crawdaddies in the United States, and here they call them yabbies. But either way, tonight, I'm calling it dinner. Oh my gosh, that's good. Oh yeah. I'm catching more of those guys. You can count on it. There's lots of sign of feral sheep. That's old sheep death here. So, no surprise to find dead carcasses here and there. I always thought the pelvic bone of most animals kind of look like a mask.
I should be okay here. I'm underneath a very green, very live tree. There's a couple of dead ones further up, but
With any luck at all, I'll be okay. A little bit chancy, but I just do not feel like being out in the sun. So I'm gonna clear an area here, but this time I'm gonna do something a little different. I'm going to heat up this ground. So by the time I sleep on it, it'll be nice and warm. Kind of the opposite of what I was doing at the other place. Trying to put all the burnable stuff on my bed.
It may not seem like it's needed in the desert, but nights can get much cooler than you expect, and this method will keep the chill out of my bones.
Now, those guys would go nice roasted over the fire. It's about a half a dozen emu up there. I'll go up there, but little chance I'll get close to them. Well, that's the way it is with large game like an emu. It'd be wonderful to catch one of those. Of course, if I had a high-powered rifle, it'd be easy, but just on foot, it's impossible for a human to run down an emu. Best thing would be for me to hope to come upon an emu nest, and even then, they're guarded by the males. Now, their front talons can just rip a nasty gash into you. They can kill people if they get you in the right spot, so you gotta be real careful with emu.
The key to catching big game is generally found in having some serious hunting weapons, a rifle, or at least a good bow and arrow combination. Catching big game by hand, or even traps, is a pipe dream at best, and that can be really disappointing if your expectations for a successful hunt are too high.
All right, the last thing I have to do now is just simply go over and now that the ground's cooled down, I'll just put the greenery on top of it and that bit of foam that I got out of the airplane, roll on top, and I will be toasty warm all night long. It works really well when you do it right. You just got to do it safely, because otherwise you burn yourself. And I did melt the bottom of my shoes.
The morning sun revealed to me a surprise of roosting doves just waiting to become breakfast. That is, as long as my aim is good.
Well, I went for a little walk, and I may have found myself a treat or two. Remember this? That's that wire that I found on the ground on the first night. You can see I've got it bent over there. I know it doesn't look like much, but with any luck at all, there'll be a treat inside this little hole here. You gotta move quick because the treat that's in there will start to move. Oh yeah! This is called a witchetty grub, just a little one. Nice peanutty taste. Sweet deal. This is a more classic example of where you can find a witchetty grub. You can see the swelling in the tree. That should indicate that there's a witchetty grub in there. Oh, I see him.
Cutting into the cavity that the grub has created won't harm the tree at all. Eventually, it scars over and continues to live without issue.
Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, sweet. Look at that. Look at the size of that guy. I'm gonna cook him up for breakfast. All right, so he's just gonna straighten out as he heats up. Gets all toasted for me. This is gonna be good. Ooh, he's sizzling. I think that's about all he needs. So, ooh, it's actually hot. So first thing I want to do is pop the head off. Same thing at the back end. I want to pull the bum, because with it comes all the poop and stuff. Wait for it. Oh, Oh, this is going to give me a lot of energy, believe it or not. This is not the kind of creepy crawly that conjures up plate fright where you got to get it in your mouth and down quick so you can get the nutrients. This is tasty. Oh man, that's good. Well, I will definitely try to find more damp areas further downstream and see if I can get myself some more of those witchetty grubs. If I could have 3 or 4, 5 of those a day, I'd be actually surviving quite well. They're full of nutrients. Oh, that was good. Yeah, that's better than eating them raw. Yeah, sweet. Yeah.
The witchetty grub, which is the larva of the ghost moth, used to attract hordes of Aboriginal peoples from all different tribes to come and dine on them as a delicacy.
This is a new one. I'm cooking witchetty grubs over cow manure.
They can take up to 2 years to grow inside the tree.
Oh, that's good.
While my luck is with me, I figure I should go after some more yabbies, too.
I see you. It's coming right to you, big fella. Yeah, you see that hunk of meat? Come on, buddy. She's all yours. Oh, juicy jerky. Well, it's a little guy, but I'll take him if he comes up. Oh, 2 of them fighting for it. Yeah! Got him! That's one! Yeah! Yeah! Only this time, they're not scorpions. Yes! Yes, indeed! That ought to do it. Excellent. This is what I'm about to enjoy. Look at that. Oh, man, is that good. So this is a good feast. I've had witchetty grub, and I can still find more of them, I hope. I'm gonna head further downstream to find a wetter area so I can really load up on a whole mass of witchetty grub if possible, because they will keep me going a long time. The yabbies are fantastic, so I've got a good feast tonight on yabbies, and what I might do is actually build a trap and see if I can have some more yabbies caught that I can actually take with me tomorrow. So the arm of my shirt, tie off one end here, some of that wire that I found. Okay, there we go. And my bait is going to be leftovers from the yabbies.
With the trap left in the water, I can let it work for me. And with luck, it'll be productive enough to get me a meal.
That was some feast, let me tell you. Day full of grubs, witchetty grubs, and yabbies. Feels good. Sacrificed my entire sleeve off my shirt for a trap and got nothing. Well, one thing's for sure. I'm gonna travel today. I don't have any more matches, so I'm gonna have to get a fire going somewhere out the other end, and I know how I can do this. Now, instead of doing sort of a traditional fire bundle, I might as well make use of the tin can, some cow dung. Essentially, any of the dung that comes from grass-eating animals, ungulates, hoofed animals, was essentially just packed down grass, and so then it's left to dry and harden, and you have the perfect fire bundle. So I'm gonna get this big patty just smoldering, and then I'll be able to carry it with me to my next location. Now the problem is, right now it's super, super windy, and that can blow sparks and blow things, and you can start a brush fire that way, so I've got to be really careful. There we go, that's all I need. Get this cow dung smoking like this. And I've got myself a modern twist on a fire bundle. It's smoking well. Hopefully it'll last the trip.
Amazingly, I've found only 4 grubs in an area a few hundred yards long. There are plenty of yabbies here, but I figure they'll be in every stream in the area. So I've decided to move on to better grub hunting ground. This time, my decision to move may not serve me well at all.
Wind is really blowing strong now. Pot's still smoking fine though. That's good.
I've walked for many miles now, way too far to turn back. So I'll have to survive with whatever I find here.
This is a dry place. I can't walk any farther. Looks like I've come to a spot with some water down there. Doesn't really look like it's flowing as much as the last place, but it's water. I've got to come back to this camera. This area looks like it could be an excellent area for a lot of king brown snakes to live. So I want to get up and out of their way, and I think on these rocks up here with this one nice little sleeping platform is perfect. I can have a fire here, heat reflected off from the rocks, and hopefully be free and clear from the snakes. Of course, there's skeletons up here, so things have died up here, that's for sure.
smoking cow dung has worked like a charm to carry my fire to this new location.
A couple hours of daylight left. See what happens tomorrow. Oh, that was quick.
Like so many places on the planet, the Aboriginals have told their stories of survival by painting on rock.
Day 5, getting tired. Flies will get to you, the heat gets to you, the sand and the dirt gets to you. And so anything you can do to keep your mind occupied is really important. Even if that means drawing pictures on a rock. The outback has a lot of moods to it, a lot of colors, a lot of different scenes, all of them worth seeing. You just don't want to have to survive out here, that's all. So bring water. There we go, that's good water. I brought it from the other location. The water here is terrible. Looks like just a cesspool. I'm gonna have to dig for water for sure. And I'm gonna have to try and find some food. There's a lot of heat actually down in this valley, which surprises me. I would have thought there'd be more up top, but I think it's coming off of the rocks, the heat of the day, and keeping it warm down here. I don't even need a jacket on at the moment. So I'm just gonna curl up by the fire here. And tomorrow, see what I can do about finding some food, but especially finding some good clean water. I'm gonna have to dig for it, I'm sure. The birds are noisy tonight. Keep my eye out for snakes tonight, that's for sure. Sun's coming up. Sun's coming up early, which means it's going to be hot soon. So I'm gonna get moving now and spend a couple hours this morning seeing what I can find. I'll worry about digging for water a little later on, but I'm going to go up and down the valley here, see if I can find something I can eat, have a look around, see what I've got to work with. It wasn't too bad last night. It was actually really warm all night long. The good news is it got really windy. Hopefully it'll stay that way. That'll help to keep the flies down and help to keep it from being scorching hot. But if it dies, it's gonna be a hot day, so I better get moving now. I smell something nasty though. Just going up and out of the valley first. Bit of a bird's eye view, but ooh. I see what it is that smells so nasty. Let me go show you. Now that's life and death in the desert. Sheep around here, some are ranched and some are just feral. Same with the goats. And their carcasses, their skeletons, along with kangaroo skeletons, end up everywhere. Stuff just dies and rots, and foxes move in. Whew. That stinks. That's pretty gross. Dead animals in the water. Animal feces and no doubt tons of animal urine all around it and in it, so. This water's not gonna do me any good at all. Not if I wanna actually drink it and live. This would be one of those times where I'd look at the water and say, you know what? I'm opting for dehydration at the moment because I don't wanna drink out of here. Nasty and gnarly. Well, I've still got another day to go here. I've gotta find some better water because I'm pretty parched at the moment. When there's this much water around, and I can see that there is underground springs feeding it, then there's no reason not to dig for water. The reality is, if I drink this water, I could make myself horribly sick. So, I'm gonna dig. Okay, I'm getting down to the gravel now, which is better. That's the only method that I like to go with if I'm in a situation like this where there's lots of water around, but it's skunky, it's filthy, a lot of animal feces and urine everywhere. Clear that away from the top, dig down a hole, let the water seep in, let it settle and clear, and at least it is the best of whatever water I can get in this area. And then take that and boil it. That should be okay. You know, what people don't realize about things like cryptosporidium or giardia, other pathogens and diseases you can get from bad water is that you don't have to drink it to get it. You can just splash it in your eyes, get a little bit on your lips or in your ears from washing, and you can become infected. So you've got to be real careful. Well, this whole location here, this is a good find. There's a lot of water around it. It's a terrible place as far as king brown snakes go because there's a lot of hiding spots for them with all that wash up. You can see too how high up the flash floods come. At some spots they're 10 feet high, way above my head here. But with all the water and all this fresh young gum trees there, it's a good spot to go on a witchetty grub hunt. Yet another dead animal. Looks like a little, I guess it's hard to tell, decayed, but I think it's a baby kangaroo. There's another one. Oh my goodness. Must have been quite a massive flood that came through. Catch them all off guard like that. All right, I'm gonna leave the big camera here and head in, work around those trees, see if I can find some grubs. No, this is such an active area with so much wildlife here. I'd be surprised if there wasn't a few king brown snakes around. The other problem is it's October. And October is when they come out of hibernation and they are their most aggressive. So, be careful. But I need some food. Nothing. When I was asked what I wanted to do when I grew up, I'm not sure my answer would have been, oh, I don't know, stroll around the Australian outback, seeing if I can find grubs inside trees that I can eat. Of course, then again, maybe that's exactly what I would have said. Oh boy, I'm going loopy. I thought this place would have yielded a whole bunch of grubs. Not seeing anything. Here's a clear example of a grub that's been and gone. Easily see the sawdust. If you look up, there's the hole. He's already gone, and there's probably a redback spider in that hole. Well, that's really disappointing. That means no food today. Well, since I'm not having any luck at all finding grubs in that patch of gum trees, and I really thought I would find a whole bunch of them because it's all young grub trees, and that's where they like to be. There is something up here that'll help a little bit anyway. This is, well, actually, the only name that I know it by is its nickname, which is the Vicks Vapor Rub tree. Not very romantic, but really nice, healthful tea. That'll help bring me some energy on this day that I struck out trying to get a lot of grubs.
I've made a classic mistake. I thought the grass would be greener on the other side, and now I'm in a place that just reeks of death. The grub hunting is lousy, the water's bad, there's no shade. The flies are worse, and there aren't any yabbies at all here to eat. All the indications should have screamed out at me to stay put at the last location. This is a common problem for lost victims. Getting antsy and moving on when staying put would have been a better plan.
All right, well, at least I'm having some hot tea tonight. That's a bonus. Mostly today, though, was just spent walking up and down this valley, trying to avoid the sun, looking for more wild edibles. Oh my gosh. Didn't even see it. There's a sheep sleeping right out in front of me. I'm not kidding. I'm up here and making noise and I didn't even know he was there. Well, talk about your edibles. Now, if I had a bow and arrow or a spear or a gun, he'd be mine, but I bet you I could walk right up to him and club him. But I'm not gonna do that now, am I? It's all right. I would almost guarantee that sheep is probably the mate to the dead one I found up there. Probably could have snuck up behind him and clubbed him, but better let him go. Would have been a good meal, though. Lamb chops.
The feral sheeps and goats that run wild out here would make great survival food. They'd also be much easier to catch than kangaroos or emus. But either way, what's needed is a good rifle to make even an attempt at hunting them worthwhile.
The sun is just peeking over the horizon. And man, it actually got pretty cold last night. Kept the fire going well, but it definitely got cold. And I was kind of curled up around it for most of the night. Well, with some good fortune and some good technology, hopefully my safety team will be here soon with the sun on the rise to pick me up. All they have to do is check that GPS coordinate, should land them right here. And I can go home. That's 7 days in the Australian outback.
I've used an emergency GPS satellite device to link my location via a tracking signal every 10 minutes onto a web-based map system that my rescue team can log onto back in civilization. It's ingenious, and it enables my rescue team to pinpoint with great accuracy my location and come and get me. They'll check my position online, and they can find me wherever I stand. On December 21st, 2013, an Argentine tourist by the name of Loreno Emmanuel Santos checked in by himself at a hostel in El Calafate, Argentina, where he spent the night before heading out the next morning and crossed the border to Torre del Paine National Park in Chile. He left a bag at the hostel, which he wanted the staff to hold on to for him, and said he'd be back to pick it up after doing the famous O trekking circuit of Torre del Paine National Park. He never came back for the bag.
The face of outdoor adventure and world travel has changed since the early days of Survivorman, when that series launched an entire new media genre, survival TV. With the explosion of outdoor adventure and with the buffet of bad survival television, inspiring people to head out ill-informed, people are dying. The whole point of Survivorman has always been to teach the right way, the safe way, not to take chances and go over the top and put yourself in peril. So I'm here, Patagonia, Chile, in one of the most stunningly beautiful places on the planet. And I'm hiking a relatively easy trail. Nothing should ever go wrong here, yet it does. Here and around the world, in places meant to inspire us to love nature, to get out and travel, tragedies are continuing. It's time to fix some of that.
On December 22nd, Loreno Santos set off alone from El Calafate by bus. He had emailed friends and family the day before to let them know he was going to do the O circuit, a 120-kilometer, 74-mile trail that usually takes 8 to 9 days.
In my pack, I'm carrying the same items probably almost every hiker on this trail is carrying: a sleeping bag, thermarest, some food, even a stove. So you'd think this should be nothing more than a camping trip. But if that's the case, then why do people still perish out in beautiful and even controlled places such as this? And it's situations like this that can give you a bit of a false sense of security. There's a lot of trails. You start off, not such a big deal, and you get to certain spots, and it can become very treacherous, even dangerous, very, very dangerous. You got to know this before you set out, or you're setting yourself up for failure. Even with the experience that I have, which, okay, is pretty decent, I suppose, you still have to be careful. I've been walking for quite a while now with my shirt off, and I can feel my body temperature starting to drop. I gotta pay attention to that, notice that. Yet my back is still sweating. So the sweat can convince my mind to keep my shirt off and keep going. But it starts to cool down late in the night like this, I could have hypothermia set in even on this beautiful sunny evening. You have to pay attention to what you're doing, or you can, as has happened here, you can perish.
This is a very popular hiking trail, so what could go wrong? Yet still I can't help myself from thinking in terms of survival. It's not all that geeky, it's just good trekking sense.
Look at this. It's called Taurus. And these little babies here are edible. It's probably last year's crop, so they don't look so good. But the point here is not so much survival. It's as you hike even on a known trail, it's just keeping your eyes open. I've seen clover, dandelion, yarrow. Good to get that kind of information and be taught what's available in case you do run into trouble.
This is an oddball survival experiment for me. I'm far from being alone. I'm passing other hikers along this very accessible trail. So how can anyone die on a busy trail?
Well, the trail today, not really long by most standards, not bad. 4 to 5 hours. Some up, some down, mostly flat. The problem is that every year on even the simplest of trails in some of the most beautiful parks around the world, hundreds of people get lost. People shouldn't die, but they are in places just like this.
On December 24th, Loreno walked from the Chileno Refuge, which is further back from where I started, all the way to the Coiron camping area, located on the northeastern corner of the O Circuit, a journey of 8 hours. Mirroring his movements is allowing me to understand a little of how he would be feeling.
You know, this part of the trail, what I've done is, you're supposed to do it in 2 sections. The first day, the second day. That's what I'm doing. But some hikers, usually men, they want to do the macho thing. They push really hard. And that is the case with one tragic hiker on this very trail. First day, did both legs of the journey. That everyone does in 2 days, he did in 1. And the thing is, when it comes to emergencies or falling into very dangerous situations, what I do is I like to count up the lemons. I add the lemons up. 1 lemon, 2 lemon, 3 lemon. You know, you're injured, that's a lemon. Weather's bad, that's a lemon. Your canoe's got a hole in it, that's the 3rd lemon. You need to stop and fix the circumstances. So, as I work to try and maybe CSI this particular tragedy on this trail, the first lemon for me, right off the bat, right in the very beginning, is pushing really hard and doing in 1 day what you're supposed to do in 2 days. People who set up these trails in these parks, they don't do it ignorantly. They know how far the human body can go and how much somebody should be pushed. The recommendations matter. When you ignore them at your own peril. So even now, got a good blister on the back of my heel. On my right foot and on my left foot, I'm still nursing a pulled Achilles heel from about 9 months ago. And it's reminding me of that fact with every step. These injuries constitute for me, let's call it a half a lemon right now. The point being is I gotta pay attention. You know, now that I think of it, because I'm out here alone, that's gotta constitute a half a lemon right there. So, if not a full lemon. So, for now, let's just say I've got 1 lemon stacked up against me, and I want to pay attention to that.
This isn't about being overcautious. The lemon method is serious business. Tragedies occur every year simply because of casual attitudes taken toward wilderness adventure. Trekking out onto the land is all well and fun until something goes wrong.
The thing about having an accident halfway on the trail here, I was pretty sure that people will come along, but then what do? Do they turn around and go all the way back up very steep hills here? Or do they continue on going down to get to help? Either way, you're going to be many, many hours waiting, potentially on your own, for help to arrive. Now, the hiker that perished just before John Gardner passed, didn't even have a tent with him. I'm all for sleeping under the stars, for sure. But you gotta still carry some form of shelter. Small, lightweight tent would be easy to carry these days. They're incredible how light they can make them and how protective they can be. Still sleep under the stars. Just consider it an emergency shelter. And it's there when you need it.
I'm following Loreno's trail, a moderate 6-hour hike to the Dixon Refuge.
As a general rule, depending on your level of experience, what shouldn't happen is that you attempt these types of treks, these trails, these journeys alone. Now, I will admit, if you've got lots of years of experience, then yeah, I'm okay with it, you know? I'm all right with, I certainly spend my time alone out here. But if you don't, going on a solo trip can be a grave mistake. You can't watch a survival program on TV and head out and imitate it. It's not safe. It's taken me years to know what I know, to have learned what I've learned. And I practiced hundreds and hundreds of times with other people before I ever attempted anything alone. Because I don't want to end up looking like that.
Loreno Santos spent the second last day of his life walking the same trail that I'm on now. A moderate 6-hour trail, at the end of which he would check in and spend the night.
Whether it's extreme outdoor adventure or a survival scenario, you still have to come on the better odds of the 5 components of survival. The kit you carry, the skill you have, your physical abilities, luck, and your will to live. Without all 5 in some kind of measure, then you may just very well perish. Well, I think that's it. I think I'm downhill now. The thing about going downhill is this. It seems like, okay, well, I'll be downhill, that's no problem. On the downhills, where most of the accidents occur, and people don't slip and twist their ankles going uphill, that's rare, because you're going slow and methodical. You go downhill, that's actually when things get dangerous. You have to recognize on the downslope is when you've got to be more vigilant, or extra vigilant, let's say. One wrong little tiny twist, one little snap of your ankle, and you're into survival mode.
The bigger accidents, like falling off a cliff, dumping your boat in rapids, getting attacked by a wild animal, these all do happen. But it's the smaller details that are more often than not what lead to a survival situation. Or perhaps it's simply more that if you don't take care of the small details along the way, when and if something horrific does happen, it'll be that much harder to handle.
I'll tell you a little story about drinking from streams as you go along. There was a time when I was adventure racing. Everyone was sort of told to worry about Giardia, but you know, I knew that area well, and with my team, we would go through, and every time we came to a swamp, I would say, this is good. It's moving, fine, drink it. Giardia, it's gonna take 6, 7, 8, 9 days to hit you anyway, but then you're home, take a pill, it's gone. But all of the other teams refused. They were not drinking. When we got to the first station, all of the other teams, as they had come in, looked pale. They were having the dry heaves. They looked sick. My whole team looked refreshed and ready to go on to the next day. And not one of us got Giardia. So in a situation when it comes down to dehydration or Giardia, I'll take the Giardia any day. The puma here are the largest on the planet. They can reach 6 feet from nose to butt, not including the tail. That's a big cat. And this is all his home. Now, before I start putting the fear of mountain lions and everybody, let's be clear, it's a ridiculously rare situation. And generally speaking, they tend to only go after someone or something that's 90 pounds or less. With mountain lions, intimidation is the way. Make yourself seem bigger, make yourself seem noisy. If there's 2 or 3 of you, band together, go shoulder to shoulder. That's little spots like this. When you are in heavy predator country, especially cat country, this is perfect pouncing location, right? This is the stuff you want to watch out for. They want to jump down on you, get you in the neck sort of thing. That's why they don't like people walking alone out here, and that's why they forbid you to walk out here at night. That's a big cat. And I'm walking right through his living room.
I'm hiking the beautiful Tour del Paine trail in Patagonia, Chile. I'm trying to understand how anyone could die on a popular and not overly difficult trail.
This wind can gust at times to literally lift my feet up a bit, move me sideways. Wind has always been my nemesis. Give me rain, heat, cold. Wind is the toughest thing. It cuts through everything. Takes all of the heat that you have, your internal combustion, and just whisks it away. I can be hypothermic in seconds, really. And this is the kind of thing that starts to throw, as I like to say, a lemon into the equation. So now I got damaged heels, I'm hiking alone, and I'm facing a very strong wind, doing difficult hills. I'm already at a lemon and a half, 2 lemons. It means I need to take care of every next step that I take.
I'm following in the footsteps of Loreno Santos, who tragically lost his life, an experienced hiker on a moderate trail. It doesn't make sense.
Brief little moment out of the Patagonian wind here. I'll take advantage of it. I'm probably exaggerating a bit when I say, hypothermia kick in within seconds. It can't really. If you follow the 1-10-1 rule, take the first minute to calm yourself down. Now, that's primarily when you're dealing with sort of immersion, like falling through the ice. Take a minute, calm yourself down, and then 10 minutes. You've got 10 minutes before you start to deal with the immobility of your arms and your body seizing up, and then 1 hour before hypothermia actually starts to set in. So the 1-10-1 rule can get you out of a lot of situations, or at least it'll calm your mind down. So, I don't risk hypothermia yet, but the thing is, if you keep pushing and sweating and pushing and sweating and you're in the cold wind, you slowly onset it. That's actually the worst type of hypothermia of all, is that slow onset, because it starts to mess with your mind. And hypothermia, when it messes with your mind, is a very dangerous, dangerous foe, because you will start to think, when you're really deep into it, that you're actually warm when you're not. And so you can see the signs of someone with hypothermia by walking along behind them, and a glove is dropped, and another glove, and a hat's dropped, and they start shedding off clothing because it's like, oh, I'm so hot. They're not. They're actually slowly shivering to death.
No one wants to believe it can happen to them. It's embarrassing. You're letting your travel mates down. This should be easy. And so we bury our issues. We ignore the signs, push on, sometimes into our own oblivion.
That's a funny thing. I've already started to do the kind of actions that you're sort of not supposed to do. What I've done is I started getting rid of stuff that I thought was too heavy. The last campground, I dropped off some excess food, an excess shirt, sweater, a hat, just stuff that I thought, I don't think I'm gonna need this stuff. Of course, I'm making that decision while I'm walking in the sunshine, and that's also dangerous. I've probably got 15 pounds more than anybody else that comes out here. Because the reality is I've got camera gear and camera batteries. And even though I've slimmed down quite a bit, it still weighs, it's still heavy. So I suppose carrying all this extra heavy gear should almost count as a lemon or a half a lemon as well. But just the same, it's fatigue and being cold that often causes you to make decisions that are the wrong decisions to make.
Loreno kept his supplies to a bare minimum. A small rain poncho, no tent, little food. These were his decisions to make. But it must be remembered that one of the key components of survival is your kit, what supplies you have with you. You can live or die based on these supplies.
So I just came up to one of those classic moments. My feet are killing me. I got a blister on one heel. Achilles tendon on the other heel is an issue. And I was sure where I have to get to, the campground was just around the next corner. And I came to a sign. It said 3 more kilometers. That's demoralizing when you think you're almost there. All right. Oh, that's a sight for sore eyes. The camp is where I'm headed.
Pacing your travel is a survival skill. It takes experience to know without constantly checking a map exactly where you are on a trail. Yet your perspective can change every trip, since the weight you carry, your current physical condition, the topography of the trail, and even the weather can all play into just how fast you're moving.
There you have it. That's where I came from so far. It's just way, way down at the bottom. This should be, dare I say it, a relatively easy hike today, which is good because tomorrow's the ball breaker.
Here in Patagonia, I'm retracing the steps of a hiker that met with a tragic fate.
Well, I did do my best this morning to try and tape up my toes, and someone loaned me their Vaseline to coat my heels with. You can't let pride get in the way of looking after your body when you're on a long journey. All right, let's do a morning recap here. I'm on the Torres del Paine Trail. I'm going around to do the John Gardner Pass, and by all accounts, like any other park, like any other trail around the world, and although there are some, we call them treacherous sections, no one should ever really run into trouble on these trails. So I want to break down how someone could come on a trail that should be just fine and die.
When someone offers you some moleskin, band-aids, or even food, don't turn all macho and refuse the help. When they give you advice, consider it. It may save your life.
This is exactly the kind of forest that was destroyed here just a few years ago. Up to 20,000 hectares were destroyed. Lightning? Nope. Natural occurrence? Nope. Hikers. The rule here is that you can't use anything other than propane gas. But there was a group of military men who thought they were above the rule. So they tried to push it a little bit hard and ended up in between campsites when it got dark. I suppose they didn't care. Probably thought it was a very cool thing to do, and then they started to get themselves set up, and the way the story goes, they lit their fire of liquid gas, and the wind picked up, started to burn the grass. Before you knew it, 20,000 hectares were burned right through this park. Fire has always been key to survival for me. It's an element of survival that I look to first. If you can gain the knowledge of how to make and, of course, control and maintain a good fire, you can survive well and not cause this. I guess in many ways, what I'm trying to do is at least slightly simulate the circumstances of a hiker that perished out on John Gardner Pass. It's impossible to completely do it. A, the park authorities won't let me. And B, I'm not a young 20-something bent on pushing through at all costs. So I have my disadvantages and the things that are holding me down a bit for pushing on through, because there's nothing like facing the white wind. of John Gardner Pass. They should probably nickname it White Death.
Because of where his body was found, it's believed that Loreno set off from Dixon Refuge towards Los Perros Refuge early in the morning and was going to attempt to make the John Gardner Pass that same evening.
What I have to do now, basically, is keep walking off my blisters until they become calluses. If you've ever had to do that, you know what I'm talking about. Walk through the pain. And I still gotta go up over that mountain. Crap.
The John Gardner Pass is the most difficult part of the entire O circuit, where hikers reach the maximum elevation of 1,200 meters above sea level. It's a steep, rocky moraine considered by many hikers as the most physically demanding part of the trail.
It's one thing to be going uphill. It's quite another to be going uphill right against the wind. Whew. While carrying a camera.
All I did was simply pick the wrong hiking boots to wear for this trip, and now I'm paying the price.
Oh man, this downhill on the toes is deadly. Blisters on the toes, and then all the weight of your body shoves down into the toe of your boot. It squishes the toes even harder. Whoa!
The next section of the trek is the most difficult. It's where Loreno Santos tragically lost his life. Thousands of people cross it every year. It should never have been a place of death. The luck of this great weather is with me on my trek, so maybe I can at least take the time to cool down the blisters in the glacial stream.
Oh! Wow. Yeah, that's direct off the glacier.
The official full cert for Loreno Santos began on January 14th and continued for 3 weeks around the park until it was called off. They were unable to find a single trace of him.
The hiker that perished just up there, he was young and he had to be fit to keep the pace he was keeping. He pushed through the first campsite to the second campsite, which is, nice for a very long day. I'm going to assume that he did stop here. I think the record showed that he stopped here because he was told not to carry on, and he carried on anyway in spite of warnings in terms of the weather. It's very misleading though. You're in the forest here, and so, even if it was snowing, it would seem kind of pleasant here. And as it is, I saw a couple today, a very young, fit, fast couple went from the other campsite, and they're gonna go all the way through, passing this spot. And each year, I get to collect more statistics, unfortunately. Ow.
On November 8th, 2014, almost a year after his disappearance, a guide from Torre del Paine National Park wandered off the trail between Los Perros camping site and Paso camping site, just before the top of the John Gardner Pass. Only 600 feet off the main trail, he discovered a badly decomposed body lying next to a pile of rocks. There was a pack still strapped onto the body, and inside the bag was an ID card belonging to the Argentine tourist, Loreno Santos.
All right, let's do a little update on the feet. I've got my boots sliced open on either side of the big and small toes. Although the laces are on, they're not done up at all, so the shoes are virtually undone. And it's somewhat better. The way I look at it, what's worth more to me? These hiking boots or my feet? They're just hiking shoes. I can get a new pair. I can't get a new pair of feet. So this trail I'm on right now is the last trail. That campsite I was at was the last bit of civilization that the hiker that perished here would have ever seen, unfortunately. There's a couple of theories on what happened to him, and I want to kind of try to break them down and take a look at the reasons why someone who seemingly had a lot of strength, at least, might have perished in a place like this with other hikers around, campsites at either end of trails, lots of water, and except for the pass that I'm headed to, a lot of shelter, a lot more tree shelter than I was expecting. So why? Why perish in a place like this?
The initial autopsy revealed no signs of fractures or other life-threatening wounds. Pumas are very common here, but there were no signs of puma attack either. What is known was the weather that day, a complete whiteout, the White Death.
Now what I want to do is, let's piece together the day as it starts. He would have started off his morning, much like I did, the campground, have some breakfast, I'm sure, get himself suited up, a little bit of camaraderie, and then head out. Now, he was told he shouldn't attempt to pass because they're expecting the bad weather. I don't know how long it was before the bad weather kicked in. Did it hit him right here, where I am right now? Or did it happen when he was going up the pass? Was it already started in the morning? I don't really know. When these tragedies happen, sometimes it's hard to put all the details together. For example, originally I was told that he was found within the tree line. But now I've spoken to someone who was here and was part of the search, who knows exactly where the body was, and it was well past the tree line. That changes things. That changes things a lot. There was one other very revealing aspect to the story that I've since learned. And it just changes everything as far as what might have happened to him. So there's basically a couple of different passes. If you look, that pass over there, that's not the one. It's over here. That's the pass that we have to go up and over. The hiker that was lost was going after this one, but he was actually found even further to the left, indicating that he just simply veered off trail. It's easy, even on bare rock, to go off trail and wander off where you shouldn't be going, and that's exactly what happened to the hiker that perished here. Now, on top of it, he had to deal with white wind, complete whiteout of snow, couldn't see 3 feet in front of him. Luck was not on his side that day. For me, luck's on my side. I've got blue sky. I want to get up to where the body was found and try to piece together the events that led to his demise.
It's thought that Loreno Santos died of hypothermia. Rangers think he wandered off the trail late in the afternoon, got lost, and it got dark before he was able to get back on track. Weather reports showed that the night of December 26 was a night of a terrible cold front. He knew of a trail that only the Sherpas took. He was young and strong with a respectable amount of mountain hiking experience. So there may have been a challenge in his mind to take this trail I'm on now, a trail that tourists are not allowed to go on. A personal challenge, perhaps, to prove everyone back at camp wrong and to push through the dreaded white wind. But he set himself up for failure. Muscles and machismo alone will never defeat a mountain.
This kind of trekking is you start off all limber and fast, and you realize this is a serious hill. You slow down a bit, you carry on nice and slow. But at some point, you start facing the physical exhaustion, and that's when you start making big mistakes.
I'm doing this climb in the sun. I can't imagine doing this in a whiteout. There's nothing that would keep me going up this in a whiteout. Not a chance. I have no way of knowing at this point if there was snow already or if the snow hit during the forested sections or if it didn't hit until right here. Because this section is where everything just opens wide up. A whiteout in a place like this, that'd be devastating. You wouldn't know where you were. And then at some point, he was also told back at the campground, you shouldn't go today, the weather's gonna be bad. But didn't listen. And that's the first issue, not recognizing the limitations to the day itself, the weather. Never mind your own strength, your own skill set. What's the topography and the weather saying to you? And when the experts are saying you shouldn't go out there now, it's bad news, then you shouldn't go out. Now, the other thing is the information that I'm getting. When I try to piece together the details of a tragedy or a survival situation, it's all about the details. And I was originally told that he was found within the tree line. It's not true. Now that I've spoken with some guides who were part of the search, I found out that he was found just up here, well out of the tree line, but well in the danger zone for the white wind. For me, I've followed all of the steps. I have pretty much the same equipment that he had. I'm probably about 10 pounds heavier though because of my camera gear. I'm also 30 years older and I've got some bad blistered feet I'm still dealing with. And I'm pushing on. Boy, talk about your Stairmaster. Whew. I don't know. The more and more I do this climb, the more and more I think that the hiker that perished up here came up here deliberately. He wouldn't do even as far as I have and not automatically think, I must be going the wrong way. You have to think that. It's impossible to believe you're going the right way.
When I say deliberately, I mean against all the advice to wait a day. More like allowing ego and drive keep pushing us onwards. Going back would be embarrassing. Admitting defeat could be humiliating to an experienced person in any outdoor activity. Out here, our fate is guided by our own hands. Mountains got its own way. Disregarded at your own peril.
It said that he was found huddled underneath a rock. There's still some perplexing pieces to this. Number one is a massive search party came out and they could not find him. He was not found until a year later, actually. Now, a search party would have spotted something under this rock, I'm sure of it. I mean, I can see the trail from here. This is why you gotta have a check-in. You gotta let somebody know when you're gonna be back and where. If we walk through the steps from the campground, up on through the forests, seeing the whiteout, pushing forward, and either accidentally coming up this way, because what happens is this pass and that pass can look very similar, but that's the wrong one, and that's the right one. And the difference between the two can be life or death. So, I think what I'll do is, I'm gonna get up and over this pass now while my luck is still with me and the daylight's still with me. Well, there it is. You see, this is why people come out here. This is why chances are taken. Because you can't match that with a video game or a TV show. You know, in the end, I think what happened to this hiker was a simple combination of really bad luck and an accident. Given his skill set, which in terms of mountain climbing and trekking, he was decently experienced. What I don't understand is why, in the throes of huddling under a rock and realizing maybe that, you know, that's it, he can't walk, why wouldn't he wrap himself up? He had a sleeping bag, sleeping pad, spare clothes, a stove, fuel, food. That's a question that will never be able to be answered. There's too many mysterious deaths happening out on wilderness trails. Most of them have simple answers. It's hard to get to them, though, when you're out here. Wilderness reclaims you pretty quickly. Takes away the clues. And leaves you wondering how someone could perish on a well-marked, well-known trail.
Hypothermia is likely what ultimately took the hiker's life. Or was it machismo and overconfidence? Maybe one leads to the other.
It's knowing that places like this exist on this great earth of ours that is the reason why more and more people are heading out. Head out with knowledge, acquired skill set, make sure you're physically capable, hope for good luck, and keep a strong will to live, and you can survive anything.
Next year, someone will die in the wilderness. Maybe it'll be someone you know. Maybe it'll be you. It'll happen simply due to a careless attitude towards personal safety. There are 5 components to survival. The first 4 are not difficult to manage. How fit you are, what gear you carry, what skills you possess, and the luck of the day. Without them, all you have left is the 5th component, the will to live. But a mountain's got its own ways, and sometimes the will to live alone is not enough.
We should do one more. We gotta get it right at least once. That works.
4,000 memories swirling around my brain. Oops.
Rhythm section. Just a slight format change on the bridge. What are we calling the bridge? The truth is, I can't be happy till my home is you. Okay. That line is ixnayed.
Which is really good. I mean, he actually does the flavor down to Patagonia.
Way gone.
We're fine. We're falling apart. We're all falling apart there.
Maybe it should just be him.
Well, we can take it out.
Yeah.
Let's go and have a chat.
Beautiful though.
I know we
You guys. Okay, why are you back in? What's going on?
Okay.
Oh, let's go. Out. Oh, yeah, let's go. We're there.
4,000 memories swirling round my brain. 4,000 teardrops drizzling down my window pane. I search for the answers, and I find truth in a song. The reasons why you love me are far away gone. Yeah, it's been such a long time since I felt any peace, since I laughed at a good joke or smiled with ease. I danced in a fire to love what is wrong. The reasons why you loved me are far away gone. Every time I get lonely, I hope you're lonely too. There's a mountain of guilty weighing down my spine. Truth is, I can't be happy till you're once again mine. And the reasons why you love me are far away gone. I shouldn't drink, well, I probably shouldn't smoke. Hanging on to nothing makes me feel like a joke. I sit in the darkness, I'm still holding why you love me are far away gone. The reasons why you love me are far away.